From hidden relics to vanished apostles, the history of Christianity is filled with mysteries that have never been fully explained. What really happened to the lost Gospels? Where is the Ark of the Covenant? And how did stories of miracles, visions, and secret societies shape the world we live in today? Some questions were buried by time, others were hidden on purpose. This is over 4 hours of Christianity's greatest unsolved mysteries, ancient relics, lost histories, and secrets still waiting to be uncovered. Before we begin, drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from and when. Then sit back, relax, and prepare to dive into the most enduring mysteries of the faith. A stillness settles over the hills of Lower Galilee when late afternoon light pours through scattered olive groves, catching the pale limestone of clustered farmsteads. South of the ridge called the Horns of Hattin lies a long, shallow valley whose fields once belonged to a village known as Nazareth. It was an unremarkable place by the standards of Roman Palestine. Perhaps 200 souls, a few terraces planted with barley and figs, a single synagogue hewn from local stone, and a chalk quarry from which villagers cut building blocks for new homes. Children herded goats along dusty paths. Women walked to the nearby spring at dawn with clay jars balanced on their shoulders. Men rose at daybreak to tend vines or shape yokes and ploughs in small workshops that smelled of cedar shavings. Into this hush of subsistence and routine, the Gospel of Luke introduces a 12-year-old boy who astonished the scholars of Jerusalem with his grasp of Torah, and then withdraws him from the stage. When next he appears, nearly 2 decades have passed. The carpenter's son is 30, striding onto the banks of the Jordan to seek baptism from John. What took place in the interval, those so-called missing years of Jesus, has ever since drawn curiosity, speculation, and, at times, fervent invention. The canonical Gospels maintain deliberate silence. Luke offers a single ambiguous verse. He went down with them and came to Nazareth and was obedient to them, and Jesus increased in wisdom and stature, and in favour with God and man. Luke 2:51-52. Matthew, Mark and John supply not even that much. At face value, their reticence suggests that nothing extraordinary occurred, that Jesus remained in Nazareth learning his trade, fulfilling familial duties, and studying scripture in the local Beit Midrash. Early Christian writers apparently felt no urge to fill the gap. Ignatius of Antioch, writing around 110 CE, speaks briefly of Jesus' hidden years to emphasize the Incarnation's full descent into ordinary life, but he offers no details. Papias of Hierapolis preserves oral sayings about the Lord, yet makes no comment on youthful travels. Still, where history falls silent, imagination speaks. From late antiquity forward, apocryphal gospels and legendary lives began to embroider a narrative tapestry rich with miracles and wanderings. One strand, woven in Syriac infancy gospels, depicts the boy Jesus moulding clay sparrows and commanding them to fly, or stretching a beam of wood to help Joseph finish a bed. Another, more ambitious, transports him far beyond Galilee, to Egypt, to the desert communities of the Essenes, even, so some medieval manuscripts claim, eastward through Persia to India, where he studied wisdom among Brahmins. Modern writers have pushed the arc still farther, proposing journeys to Britain with Phoenician tin traders, sojourns among Tibetan monks, and secret initiations into Buddhist or Hindu mysticism. Evaluating such claims requires patient sifting of sources, textual breadcrumbs scattered across centuries of devotion, polemic, and rumour. The earliest datable text to mention an extended Egyptian stay is the infancy Gospel of Thomas, mid-2nd century CE, which situates Jesus in Alexandria soon after the flight from Herod, echoing Matthew's brief note that the Holy Family sought refuge in Egypt. Yet Thomas is less interested in travelogue than in presenting the child as a wonder, working figure whose divine nature cannot help but burst forth, whether in resurrecting a schoolmate struck dead or cursing an overbearing teacher. No mention arises of India or Persia. The idea that Jesus encountered Eastern religions surfaces much later, in the medieval life of Issa, allegedly recorded by Nestorian Christians and later popularized by Russian traveller Nicholas Notovich in 1894. Notovich claimed to have seen a Tibetan manuscript at Hemis Monastery recounting how Issa, a Hebrew youth, studied Vedas in India from ages 13 to 29. Scholars quickly challenged his story. Subsequent visitors to Hemis found no such scroll. Most consider the Issa manuscript a modern fabrication, yet the notion resonates with a perennial instinct to bridge the silent gulf in the Gospel record by projecting the young carpenter across continents towards spiritual sages. Historically plausible routes did exist. Nazareth lay only a day's walk from Sepphoris, a Hellenized city under vigorous construction in Jesus' youth, where Greek was spoken and foreign artisans sought work. Major caravan lines passed to the east along the Via Maris, linking Egypt with Damascus and Mesopotamia. Jewish merchants from Galilee traded in Damascus and beyond. Rabbis studied in Babylonian academies. The prospect that a curious, literate Galilean might journey for commerce or education is not absurd. Yet tangible documentation remains elusive. No first-century inscription speaks of a Yeshua bar, Yosef apprenticing in Antioch. No Nabatean ostracon records a carpenter's son from Nazareth trading yokes in Petra. More fruitful, perhaps, is to examine what the Gospels imply about Jesus' background once his public ministry begins. Various episodes hint at familiarity with agrarian life, parables of sowers, vineyards, and tenant farmers drawn with concrete detail. His conversation with scribes in the temple at age 12 shows prodigious scriptural training, unlikely for an illiterate peasant. By 30, he can read Isaiah in synagogue, debate halakhic points on Sabbath law, and cite both Torah and prophets with practiced ease. Such fluency suggests years of disciplined study, either under local rabbis or at a regional bet midrash in Sepphoris or Capernaum. Yet, these towns are a far cry from Bactria or the Indus Plain. Archaeology at Nazareth lends modest support to a life rooted there. Excavations near the modern Basilica of the Annunciation have revealed first, century courtyard houses, 2, room structures with rock, cut cisterns, grain silos, and plastered storage bins typical of Galilean village life. In one courtyard, basalt, grinding stones, and carpentry nails were found, indicating artisan activity. A nearby quarry shows signs of small-scale limestone extraction, consistent with a family involved in construction. Bone assemblages reveal a diet of fish, mutton, and lentils, with occasional luxury of imported wine amphorae. Nothing here confirms or denies distant travels, but everything bespeaks a subsistence hamlet where craft and agriculture entwined. Yet the question remains, if Jesus spent his teens and 20s in quiet labour, why do the evangelists pass over them in silence? Partly, genre explains, ancient biographies, bio-y, often focused on public deeds and death, compressing formative years into a line or two. Plutarch's life of Alexander leaps from childhood taming of Bucephalus to campaign against Persia, ignoring 2 decades between. The Gospels pattern themselves on prophetic call narratives, where the prophet emerges at divinely appointed hour. The unspoken interval underscores theological emphasis. Jesus' mission begins with John's baptism, prior years a background, however ordinary or extraordinary they might have been. Still, early Christian imagination eventually reached for coherence. By the 4th century, tradition placed Jesus in Joseph's workshop until age 30. The apocryphal History of Joseph the Carpenter paints him as dutiful son, supporting his widowed mother and half-siblings, perfecting carpentry skill, all while radiating quiet holiness. Just a quick heads up before we continue. The visuals in this video help set the scene, but you don't need to watch them to follow along. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or as you're drifting off to sleep. Now sit back, relax, and let's get back to the stories. Syriac hymnographer Ephraim describes him fashioning ploughs that yielded abundant harvests, a sacrament in cedar and iron. Such portraits comforted monastic readers who prized humility and labour. They also insulated doctrine from exotic syncretism. No need for Indian sages if divine wisdom blossomed in sawdust. Modern scholarship revisits the possibility of local yet formative influences. One contender is the Essene movement. The Judean desert scrolls reveal a community preoccupied with apocalyptic expectation, ritual purification, communal property, and a teacher of righteousness persecuted by establishment priests. Some parallels with Jesus' later teaching, beatitudes on the poor, warnings of coming judgment, have led to speculation that the young Galilean spent time among Essenes near Qumran. Geographic feasibility exists. Pilgrims from Galilee travelled to Jerusalem for festivals, passing close to Essenes settlements. However, direct link is tenuous. Jesus' practice of table fellowship with sinners collides with Essene segregation. He performed healings on Sabbath. Essenes enforced stricter Sabbath laws than Pharisees. If he encountered them, he neither replicated nor outright rejected their ethos. Rather, he forged a distinct path. Another local factor: the political turbulence of Galilee under Herod Antipas. Around 4 BCE, just after Herod the Great's death, a rebel named Judas of Gamala led a tax revolt. Roman legate Varus crushed it, crucifying 2,000. Sepphoris was burned, rebuilt, and taxed heavily. Jesus, born into this decade, would have grown up hearing tales of Roman crucifixion, a spectre haunting his parables. Some scholars posit that his father Joseph may have sought carpentry work on Antipas's building projects at Sepphoris, exposing the young Jesus to urban Hellenistic culture, Greek theatre, Roman baths, merchants from Phoenicia. Such exposure could explain his later ease moving between village and city, synagogue and public square. Yet imaginative leaps persist. In 1908, Hindu reformer Abhedananda claimed to have seen the Isa scroll in Tibet. In 1925, Swami Paramahansa Yogananda echoed the pilgrimage in his autobiography of a yogi, blending theosophical currents into Hindu, Christian synthesis. 2 decades later, Russian émigré Nicholas Roerich mounted Central Asian expeditions seeking Isa's footprints. Each account lacks verifiable manuscript evidence, yet the narrative endures online, fueled by a globalized hunger for East-West convergence. Historians, bound by critical method, return to scarce anchors: the silence of early sources, the archaeology of Nazareth, the socio-political matrix of first-century Galilee. They weigh probabilities. Jesus likely laboured in a craft, studied scripture locally, travelled at least to Jerusalem for festivals, maybe worked in Sepphoris, possibly encountered ascetic groups near the Jordan. He might have journeyed farther. Egyptian diaspora communities in Alexandria hosted Galilean merchants, but lengthier eastern journeys strain chronology. At age 30, he appears embedded in a Jewish prophetic tradition, fluent in Hebrew scripture, addressing agrarian villagers with parables drawn from local economy. His metaphors do not betray familiarity with Vedic cosmology or Buddhist Four Noble Truths. His ethical core resonates with Deuteronomy and Isaiah, not the Upanishads. Still, the allure of the missing years is not merely historical, it is existential. Believers and skeptics alike sense that those silent decades hold keys to Christ's humanity, the friendships, sorrows, apprenticeships, and earthly joys that shaped the man who spoke the Sermon on the Mount. Were there heartbreaks in Nazareth? Did he watch Roman soldiers march past and wrestle with anger? Did he apprentice under a stern foreman? Did he bury siblings before public ministry began? The Gospels do not say, perhaps because such ordinary experiences, births, funerals, tax payments, need no sacred text to be real. They pulse in every human life. In recent years, Nazareth archaeology has yielded modest glimpses. A first-century mikveh cut into limestone beneath a private home, fragments of imported Galilean courseware implying commerce, a rolling stone sealing a small tomb near modern Mary's Well. Such finds situate Jesus in a devout, slightly Hellenized, materially constrained environment. They do not close the gap, but they root speculation in soil rather than distant pluriverses. Theologically, the silence may be intentional. By omitting the years, the evangelists frame Jesus' public mission as kairos, the decisive moment of God entering history. Everything prior is prologue. To modern biographers, that brevity frustrates. To ancient hearers, it confirmed messianic focus. Yet even within that silence, Luke's lone verse, in favour with God and man, whispers of growth, social goodwill, relational webs formed in the carpentry shop, in synagogue study, at wedding feasts. Those threads unseen sustain the fabric of later ministry. Disciples hosted in Galilean homes, female supporters from Nazareth communities, networks perhaps cultivated during 2 silent decades. As dusk drapes the hills around modern Nazareth, church bells mingle with calls to prayer from minarets. Cars navigate steep lanes between chalk houses. Archaeological parks sit quiet after tourists depart. In one such site, beneath the Sisters of Nazareth convent, a first-century courtyard house remains partially intact, its wall plaster bearing finger marks of builders long gone. Could Joseph or the young Jesus have pressed such plaster? Hard to prove. Yet to stand in that dim light amid Roman sherds and limestone benches is to feel the texture of a life lived mostly out of recorded time, part of history's unlit backstage. Ultimately, the missing years endure as invitation to imagine responsibly, to respect silence, to acknowledge that the carpenter's son who vanished at 12 and reappeared at 30 partook fully in ordinary human becoming. Whether he travelled only as far as Jerusalem or as far as the Hindu Kush, the greater marvel may be that 30 years of anonymity, labour, study, family prepared one man to ignite an enduring spiritual revolution. In that sense, the silence is eloquent. It tells that greatness germinates unseen, that the kingdom of God, like a seed, sprouts in hidden soil before it ripens in public light. The night air in Jerusalem can feel almost weightless in spring. The cool that settles after the long heat of day carries with it the faintest trace of hyssop, of distant cooking fires, of stone still radiating warmth. 2,000 years ago, such a night enfolded a circle of men and at least one woman in an upper room, a borrowed space lit by oil lamps, animated by the murmur of festival crowds in streets below. They reclined at a low table, partaking of bread and wine and ritual words that had accompanied Passover for generations. Yet the tenor, the undertow of apprehension inside the room, made that meal unlike any before it. At the heart of the gathering sat a Galilean teacher, whose every gesture had lately seemed to gather meaning, the way dust gathers shadow. Jesus Bar, Joseph, called Messiah by some, menaced by others. Close beside him, leaning into a hearth, embraced that an ancient Near Eastern banquet posture allowed, reclined one whom the fourth gospel calls simply Homathetes hon egapa ho Jesus, the disciple whom Jesus loved. No name, no lineage, no subsequent biography, only proximity and intimacy encoded in a phrase that has puzzled, comforted, and provoked readers across centuries. That anonymous figure appears 5 times in what later generations labelled the Gospel of John. At the supper, he rests against Jesus' chest. At the cross, he alone remains when others flee. At the empty tomb, he outruns Peter and arrives first, hesitating, peering into the dark. By the Sea of Tiberias, he recognizes the risen Jesus, standing on the shore before any other disciple discerns the figure in morning haze. And at the Gospel's closing, he becomes the guarantor of testimony. This is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true. He is present at hinge moments, yet shrouded. He knows secrets, yet deflects attention. He claims authority, yet surrenders all personal markers except the one that matters: beloved. For nearly 2 millennia, commentators have tried to unwrap that concealment. Was it John, the son of Zebedee, traditional author of the Gospel? Was it Lazarus, whom Jesus raised from death and whose gratitude might explain the adjective loved? Some propose Thomas because the twin motif echoes hidden identity. Others Mary Magdalene, her witness veiled beneath masculine grammar to protect her from hostile scrutiny. Still others a literary cipher, an ideal disciple invented to model devotion free of rivalry, gender, or hierarchy. Each hypothesis draws upon slivers of text, upon sparse clues from external tradition, upon historical imagination teased to its outer edge. The oldest surviving consensus, attested by Irenaeus of Lyons around 180 CE, identifies the beloved disciple with John the son of Zebedee, fisherman of Capernaum, presumed youngest of the 12, living to extreme old age in Ephesus. Irenaeus had known Polycarp, who in turn had known John, and through that chain of memory the elder's authority entered the bloodstream of orthodoxy. Against this lineage, modern scholars raise several difficulties. The Gospel's polished Greek and layered theology do not read like Galilean recollection. The text never names John, whereas synoptics always pair him with James. The beloved disciple appears at scenes: the trial before Caiaphas, the foot of the cross, where synoptic Johns are absent. Defenders respond that anonymity is coy self, effacement, a humble elder refusing to flaunt apostolic pedigree. Memory can mature, and a lifetime spent in diaspora could season Aramaic fishermen's tales into an urbane Hellenistic idiom. Perhaps. Yet the very neatness of patristic attribution gives pause, as though the early church, hungry for apostolic anchors amid Gnostic storms, thrust a name upon silence. A second candidate emerges from within the Gospel itself: Lazarus of Bethany. Only Lazarus, prior to the Passion narrative, receives explicit mention of Jesus' love. "See how he loved him," observers exclaim by the tomb. His resurrection sets in motion the Sanhedrin's plot. His gratitude could bind him to subsequent events. After dining again with Jesus 6 days before Passover, Lazarus slips from view, reappearing only through the beloved disciple's lens. Advocates note that the disciples' access to elite spaces, knowing the high priest's household, gaining entrance for Peter, fits a wealthy Judean like Lazarus better than a Galilean fisherman. Moreover, if the beloved disciple had once lain in death's dark cavity, his sensitivity at the tomb, his ability to see and believe before Peter, rings with autobiographical electricity. Yet if Lazarus authored the Gospel, why disguise his name? Why cede prominence to Mary and Martha in chapter 12, then vanish beneath anonymity? Some suggest protective strategy. By the time the Gospel circulated, late 1st century, Lazarus was already legendary. Naming him outright could incense authorities still uneasy about resurrection claims. Others counter that erasing Lazarus while preserving the raising narrative serves theological, not biographical purpose, shifting focus from miracle recipient to universal believer. The internal evidence remains ambiguous, tantalizing. The Mary Magdalene thesis surfaced forcefully in modern feminist exegesis. The fourth Gospel magnifies her role beyond synoptic parallels. She stands at the cross, she first encounters the risen Jesus, she receives apostolic commission. Go to my brothers and say to them. Might the beloved disciple be Mary, her feminine identity masked by later editors uncomfortable with assigning foundational testimony to a woman? Textual critics reply that Greek grammar around the disciple is emphatically masculine, yet they concede that scribes could repoint pronouns. Against that possibility stands narrative logistics. The beloved disciple races Peter to the tomb while Mary returns later. He and Peter fish at Tiberias, whereas Mary remains elsewhere. A redacted conflation of two traditions, one male, one female, could explain such overlap, but at the cost of multiplying hypothetical editors. Another proposal, advanced by Borkham and others, views the beloved disciple not as John or Lazarus or Mary, but as an otherwise unknown Jerusalem disciple, perhaps from priestly circles, who hosted Jesus' last meal and mediated memories to the Johannine community. His anonymity functions less to hide identity than to create a literary frame, an eyewitness staking claim to veracity while inviting readers into relational space defined by love. The Gospel then becomes a dialogue between an ancient voice and a community that recognizes its own story in his. Historical method, however disciplined, encounters limits here. Papyrus does not preserve a roster of names beneath the beloved disciple's signature. Archaeology cannot exhume identity from literary device. What remains are narrative details, subtle, recurring, and the broader matrix of first-century Mediterranean practice. Consider posture. At the Last Supper, the disciple reclines en tu colpo tu Jesu, literally in the bosom of Jesus. The phrase echoes the prologue's declaration that the Son dwells eiston kolpon tu patros, in the bosom of the Father. The beloved disciple thus mirrors the Son's own intimacy with God, embodying perfect reception of revelation. That theological symbolism transcends biography. It signals an archetype. Likewise, at the cross, Jesus entrusts his mother to the disciple, forging a new fictive kinship that models community under persecution. At the tomb, his belief without visible proof models Johannine faith. By the sea, his recognition of Jesus signals spiritual perception. The disciple's identity may be deliberately multivalent, open to any who abide in love. In that case, the Gospel's authors, whether one or several, cloak a real witness beneath a polyvalent figure, ensuring his memory serves as portal rather than portrait. Still, the human urge for specificity persists. Ancient readers, living among named martyrs and rival teachers, craved concrete lineage. Modern readers, poised between skepticism and fascination, ask for fingerprints. Two slender pieces of external evidence invite renewed scrutiny. First, a 2nd century fragment from Papias, via Eusebius, refers to John the Elder, distinct from John the son of Zebedee, as a disciple of the Lord whose testimony shaped early gospel tradition. Could John the Elder be the beloved disciple, Jerusalem-based, longer, lived, later relocated to Asia Minor? Second, an inscription in Far, off Hierapolis, identifies the daughters of Philip the Apostle as prophetic voices. Polycrates of Ephesus cites them alongside John who leaned on the Lord's breast. These threads suggest an Ephesian memory of a revered witness who was indeed John, yet not necessarily the Galilean fisherman. The line between John of Zebedee and John the Elder may blur in oral tradition, merging two lives into a single emblem of authority. Identity, then, oscillates between individual and emblem, like a figure viewed first by candle, then by daylight, then again through stained glass. Each illumination discloses new contours while deepening other shadows. What becomes clear is the motivation for obscurity. In a community beset by expulsion from synagogues, John 9, and rival claims to truth, John 21, anonymous testimony offered dual protection. It shielded the witness from persecution and insulated the message from cults of personality. By framing the disciple only as beloved, the gospel relocated honor from social rank to relational proximity with Jesus, a provocative inversion in an honor-shame culture. It said, what qualifies one to bear witness is not lineage, sword, or seat at council, but the capacity to abide in love even at the foot of an execution stake. Modern fascination with unveiling that disciple may therefore risk missing the text's deliberate move. Our impulse to pin a name, to anchor floating identity, may echo the very dynamics the gospel resists. Rivalry among Petrine, Pauline, and Jacobite factions straining the first. Century Church. The beloved disciple stands alongside Peter, not to eclipse him, but to reframe greatness. Peter represents mission, leadership, martyrdom. The beloved disciple represents insight, memory, contemplative fidelity. Both are needed. Naming either as greatest would distort the balance. Even so, imagination returns to that upper room. One can picture a young man, perhaps teenager, perhaps older, drawn to Jesus by a candor that stripped away fear, or a middle-aged friend like Lazarus, pulse quickening at the scent of wood smoke and bread, still tasting resurrection in his mouth, or a woman whose love dared stand beneath a Roman cross while others melted into alleys. Mary called Magdalene, her grief cut by dawnlight at an open tomb. Each possibility carries pathos. Each aligns some textual grain while resisting another. The gospel's genius lies in sustaining that tension, keeping the figure close enough to touch yet far enough to include whoever reads with open heart. What, finally, does this ambiguity teach? It suggests that some truths exceed documentation. Love, by nature, eludes ledger. The disciple's anonymity is not a hole to be patched, but a window. Through it, readers glimpse themselves within the circle of intimacy. The moment one fixes the name, the window becomes a portrait, admirable yet closed. Perhaps the last word belongs to the text's coda. There are also many other things that Jesus did. If every one of them were written down, I suppose the world itself could not contain the books that would be written. Among those unrecorded deeds might lie a parchment bearing the beloved disciple's full name, hometown, and parentage. But that scroll, if it ever existed, remains sealed by time. We are left instead with 5 cameo appearances, each luminous with tenderness, each inviting rather than concluding. And maybe that invitation is itself the truest identity, one not of singular biography but of perpetual possibility, renewed whenever love leans close enough to hear the quiet heartbeat of God. A single lamp burns in the library of the monastery of St. Catherine, high on the slopes of Mount Sinai, where winter wind keens along stone corridors polished by the steps of 13 centuries. The year is 1859, late December, and the German scholar Konstantin von Tischendorf bends over a loose gathering of parchment pages, no longer bound, but once sewn into a codex too costly for this lonely hour. He turns a leaf the colour of old ivory and holds it close to the flame, lips moving soundlessly as eyes trace Greek uncials that catch glints of firelight like embers trapped in ink. Somewhere beyond the walls, bells toll vigils and a monk's footsteps fade into dark, yet Tischendorf scarcely hears. He has just realised what lies before him, the oldest near, complete Bible the world has ever seen, a treasure soon known as Codex Sinaiticus. In its brittle folios dance the syllables of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, singing across 1600 years. But amid the discovery's thunder, a quieter resonance steals through the scholar's mind, a ghost of words never found, Passages Matthew and Luke share that Mark does not. Sentences twin in purpose, yet phrased as though copied from a common page, now lost to the wind of centuries. Tischendorf wonders, as others are beginning to wonder, what vanished hand first gathered those sayings? What early disciple patched them into a scroll? What fire or worm or careless scribe allowed them to slip from the memory of parchment? In that wondering lies the first modern heartbeat of a mystery called Q. Of the 4 canonical Gospels, Mark is lean, urgent, the rough breath of a storyteller running to announce news before it cools. Matthew treads more deliberately, weaving prophecy through each step. Luke unfurls like night sky studded with starlit parables. John, later and loftier, meditates on cosmic light. Yet beneath Matthew's and Luke's separate artistry flows a shared current unseen by casual eyes. Some 200 verses, most of them sayings, aphorisms, dialogues, nearly identical in wording, sometimes diverging in order yet unmistakably kin. Mark lacks them. They are the Beatitudes. Blessed are the poor, the Lord's Prayer, the lilies of the field, the log in the eye, the wise and foolish builders, the lament over Jerusalem, teachings that ring across centuries like struck bronze. To explain this overlap, textual critics of the 19th century proposed a simple, unsettling possibility. Matthew and Luke each possessed a written source no longer extant, a collection of Jesus' words set down in Greek or perhaps Aramaic, copied and recopied in the first Christian generation, later supplanted by richer narrative gospels until its scrolls crumbled into dust. They named it with the most austere letter they could. Q, from the German Quell, source. No scrap of Q has surfaced among Oxyrhynchus papyri or Carrara fragments, not even a citation by patristic fathers cataloguing heresies of Ebionites and Docetists. It is a phantom stitched together by inference, a negative space glimpsed in the weave of surviving cloth. Its hypothetical existence rises on the twin pillars of necessity and parsimony. Either Matthew copied Luke or Luke copied Matthew. Scholars see little sign of either. Or else both drew from a third witness, so Q endures in scholarly imagination, suspended like morning mist above Galilean hills, shaping the contours of what can be seen even while itself invisible. Travel then back to a courtyard in Antioch of Syria about the year 60, 2 decades after a crucifixion outside Jerusalem hurled ripples through the empire's layered seas. Evening settles over colonnettes and mosaic floors. Oil lamps flare, merchants haggle in Aramaic and coin. The smell of cumin drifts from a brazier. In an upstairs chamber above a tanner's shop, a dozen men and women huddle close while an elder unrolls a narrow scroll of papyrus. The room still quivers with dread tales of persecution in Judea, yet here hope has taken voice. The elder reads aloud, "Happy are the poor, for yours is the kingdom. Happy those who hunger, for you shall be filled. Love your enemies, pray for those who curse you." Listeners lean inward, the words felt as medicine on grief. Few among them witnessed the rabbi from Nazareth. Fewer still can read. The scroll therefore bears weight beyond its fragile fibres. It is continuity, guarantee that memory will not fall silent as witnesses die. When the reading ends, a scribe seated near a low table copies the lines onto a wax tablet, intending to recast them for another flock farther inland. So the sayings travel, on mule between villages, aboard grain ships across the Levant, in memory migrating to new pages when old crack. Somewhere in that silent traffic, the original scroll is damaged, lost, replaced, translated, perhaps expanded, with parables born on lips of prophets who never met the carpenter yet knew his cadence. Eventually, evangelists named Matthew and Luke weave those sayings into broader tapestries of birth narrative and healing marvel. The freestanding scroll, our hypothetical Q, slips quietly out of use, a ladder removed once a wall is scaled. What might that scroll have contained? reconstructing Q is less like building a jigsaw than like hearing echoes in a ruined hall and deducing the vanished choir's text. Scholars begin with the twin passages of Matthew and Luke absent from Mark, call them Q1. They note consistencies of Greek vocabulary, word order, syntax. They separate Luke and embellishment from Matthean redaction, paring down to a core voice spare, imperative, staccato with Semitic parallelism. They add variants, call them Q2, where one evangelist appears to soften or expand the original. From this labour rises a document about 3,000 words long, roughly the length of Galatians, arranged perhaps in thematic clusters, wisdom sayings, mission discourse, apocalyptic warning. It opens, many think, with John the Baptizer admonishing crowds, and closes with prophetic lament, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, who kills the prophets. The Jesus of Q heals rarely, reports no infancy miracle, speaks not of crucifixion or resurrection. He walks a road between sage and seer, half Sophia's voice, half Elijah's thunder. Imagine reading Q by lamplight near the Bosporus around 90 CE, before Luke's scroll reaches the city. You would encounter no Bethlehem star, no shepherds bending knee, no kings bearing myrrh. Instead, you would meet a teacher who roams village to village, urging generosity, inner purity, radical enemy, love. The kingdom he heralds glints less as throne than as inversion of status. First last, beggars feasted, mourners laughing. His ethics slice with the uncompromising clarity of desert sky. Let your yes be yes. Do not judge. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. He instructs disciples to travel without purse, rely on hospitality, wipe dust from feet where refused. He condemns cities that ignore compassion. He warns of an approaching upheaval when secrets shouted in marketplaces will be whispered from rooftops. Jesus in Q is less sacrificial lamb than wisdom's herald. Salvation is not his death, but the inbreaking of divine order glimpsed in lilies uncultivated yet clothed finer than Solomon. If Q existed, it challenges comfortable harmonies. The gospel quartet so cherished in cathedral frescoes might once have been a duet of narrative, Mark and Logia, Q, later expanded by theological composers layering infancy overtures and passion crescendos. Q would stand nearer in time to Jesus than any gospel, perhaps a decade from his voice. It would show early Christians hungry for teaching more than biography, for conduct more than creed. Yet absence breeds caution. Without manuscript, Q's contours remain hypothesis. Some modern critics, especially advocates of Matthean priority, dismiss Q as mirage born of scholarly convenience. They argue Luke saw Matthew, reshaped him, removed infancy and resurrection parallels, added Markan skeleton. Simpler, they say, to posit Lucan artistry than conjure a lost scroll. The debate loops like Talmudic argument, each scholar citing linguistic statistics, redactional fingerprints, narrative seams. Q thus inhabits limbo, half historiography, half theological speculation, a relic glimpsed under textual X-ray. Still, the hunt continues. In Byzantine libraries, Coptic monasteries, papyrus cartonnage dissolved in warm water, experts chase stray leaves that might bear Q's cadence. None yet has surfaced. Perhaps Q was never copied onto durable parchment, only recycled papyrus failing in Egyptian humidity. Perhaps church fathers favouring unified narrative let sayings collections decay unmended. Perhaps Q fragments lie mislabelled in museum drawers, their significance masked by lacunae. Yet if Q remains ghost, its influence whispers through Luke and Matthew. Remove those shared sayings, and Christianity loses the Lord's Prayer, the Sermon on the Plain, the Golden Rule, wisdom that has stridden millennia into civil codes and children's catechisms. Thus the absent source shapes civilization, like roots unseen yet propping a tree. Picture now a cell in Oxford. 1838. Pale morning glows through arched window panes. Manuscripts sprawl across a trestle desk. A young German exile named Friedrich Lücke pores over Greek texts, noting parallels between Matthew and Luke. He sketches columns, draws lines connecting verses, senses pattern beneath the gospel chorus. Beside him later will sit B.H. Streeter, producing the Four Gospels, a study of origins, formalizing Q as cornerstone. Across the Atlantic, scholars of the Jesus Seminar in late 20th century will code verses by color, weighing authenticity. Q sayings often glow red as earliest memory. In digital age, software charts word frequencies, unveiling a statistical ghost where no ink remains. Q persists, idea more potent than artifact. Yet speculation alone cannot answer the ache Q awakens. What did the historical Jesus sound like at dawn by Galilee's shore, voice hoarse from teaching long into night? Did he craft aphorisms as arrows aimed at complacent hearts? Did his followers recording smooth rough edges, polish metaphors? Q might hold those first unvarnished utterances. Their Aramaic cadence felt beneath Greek translation like pulses under cloth. It might reveal humour scrubbed by later solemnity, tenderness lost beneath ecclesial stricture, or fiercer judgment than canon preserved. It might too complicate, showing contradictions within sayings tradition, variant teachings on divorce or purity that the Church later reconciled by silence. Q could comfort faith or unsettle it. Either way, it would deepen. Consider also what Q lacks: passion narrative, empty tomb, ascension. Would discovery of such a gospel shift theology? Likely not. Believers anchor hope in composite witness, not solitary scroll. Yet historians would relish early vantage, a Jesus unfiltered by Easter proclamation, preaching kingdom without yet walking Via Dolorosa. From that vantage, one could map how faith moved from voice to parchment, from table fellowship to creedal throne. But sometimes absence, precisely because it cannot be settled, proves fertile. Q's elusiveness invites every generation to imagine again the earliest Jesus movement: dirt roads between Nazareth and Capernaum, fishermen arguing syntax while copying sayings by torchlight, women memorizing parables told to crowds seated on meadow slopes, children whispering blessings learned from travelling prophets. The lost scroll becomes a symbol of all history's lacuna: the burned libraries, the silenced witnesses, the brittle letters that perished in house fires of Antioch or Worm, eaten chests beneath Alexandrian docks. It teaches humility, that what survives is partial, contingent, stroke of luck, yet within fragments dwell worlds. On a humid afternoon in 1945, near the Egyptian village of Nag Hammadi, a peasant named Muhammad Ali pokes a shovel into limestone talus, hoping for fertilizer soil, and instead cracks a clay jar. Out spills papyrus books bound in leather, brittle yet legible, hidden since late antiquity, Gnostic treatises, dialogues long presumed lost. Among them lies the Gospel of Thomas, startling in its simplicity, a collection of 114 sayings of Jesus, unadorned by narrative, echoing many Q verses, inviting scholars to wonder if Thomas and Q shared ancestry. Suddenly, the improbable feels less impossible. If Thomas could sleep near the Nile for 1600 years, perhaps Q too lies waiting, rolled tight in a jar beneath Judean dust, or nested inside mummy cartonnage repurposed during Roman austerity. Teams sift desert caves, universities fund multispectral imaging of blackened papyri. Remote monasteries photograph vault troves beneath frescoed domes. Each crumb of text is catalogued, cross-referenced, fed to algorithms. Yet Q eludes nets. Maybe that absence is final. Maybe Q never was a single document, but oral memory canalized differently in Antioch and Caesarea. Maybe the label masks a more fluid tradition of field preaching and table talk, only later scraped into scroll. If so, pursuit still has value. In chasing Q, scholars have mapped gospel relationships with microscopic care, charted textual currents across languages, illuminated how faith communities sculpted story to local hope. Return now to St. Catherine's Monastery, its library lit by dawn seeping through cinder, stone windows. Tischendorf's lamp is out, monks chant lauds somewhere among arches. The scholar flexes ink, stained fingers, rolls stiff shoulders, contemplates the parchment mountains still to climb. He cannot know that decades hence researchers will analyse Codex Sinaiticus's punctuation, its scribal hands, and quarry its margins for every variant reading. Nor can he know that hidden within familiar lines are clues to text lost entirely, echoes of an earlier singing whose notes flutter like moths in lamplight before dissolving. In the hush before breakfast, he unrolls another folio. There, Matthew 11. Blessed is anyone who does not stumble on account of me. He recalls seeing same phrasing in Luke 7. He lifts quill, draws marginal mark, puzzle glinting behind tired eyes. Outside, Mount Sinai reddens with dawn. In that moment, Q breathes, incomplete, conjectural, yet real enough to brush the edge of awareness. Scholars follow that breath still. They map concordance tables, reconstruct hypothetical Greek, translate back into Aramaic to taste syllables Jesus might have shaped between dust and horizon. They debate whether Q carried infancy thread, perhaps lost, or passion coda, perhaps never written. They ponder why Mark ignored Q, or if the author of John scoffed at saying's tradition. They test whether Q held miracle accounts now subsumed elsewhere. Each hypothesis births counter, argument, journals fill, conferences convene beneath stained glass windows and fluorescent lights. The laity, hearing faint echoes of this debate, may ask what matters, rehearsing textual ghost. The answer is quiet, because every faith, every philosophy, every culture stands upon manuscripts saved from forgetting, and each saved leaf casts silhouette of leaves consumed by time. To study Q is to honour both presence and absence, to cup a hand around guttering candlelight of early witness, and admit how darkness presses. It is to recognise that certainty about antiquity is seldom given. Instead, probability and humility join hands while searching ruins for footfalls of those who walked before. In cathedrals, when the Lord's Prayer rises in multitudinous tongues, its cadence may carry DNA of Q. When sermons quote lilies of the field, or when civil rights leaders echo, "Blessed are the poor," a fragment of that lost scroll vibrates, invisible yet operative, a testament to the resilience of voice even when parchment fails. Dusk returns to Mount Sinai. The library lamp is lit anew. A modern scholar, perhaps you, stands where Tischendorf once stood, fingertip tracing letters that survived sword, moth, empire, reform. You close eyes and listen for unrecorded syllables rustling behind the visible ones. You almost hear them, the cadence of a Jewish sage on a hillside, teaching farmers and fishermen that the kingdom flickers among ordinary gestures, that mercy outweighs sacrifice, that to love enemy is to unmake violence. Whether those words reach you via Matthew, Luke, or hypothetical Q hardly matters now. They have journeyed far through a treasure soon known as Codex Sinaiticus, a manuscript that would reignite debates about the origins of the Gospels and the sources behind them. Among its carefully copied lines, scholars found not just the familiar words of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but the faint echoes of something more elusive, a missing voice, a common thread presumed to run through the earliest layers of Christian memory. It was not there in name, but it haunted the text like a shadow, the Gospel of Q. In in the scoured heat of the Negev, where the wind drags thin veils of dust across ravines older than any kingdom, and the smell of acacia hangs faintly over dry wadis. Stories once travelled faster than caravans. They moved along shepherds' paths and over stone thresholds, across threshing floors and into the chambers of kings, whispered at dusk beside embers, and repeated at dawn to the cadence of mortar and pestle. Of all those tales, kings and prophets, betrayals and revivals, none carried the same hush, the same tremor of unspoken fear as the tale of the Ark of the Covenant, the gilded chest that rested behind veils of blue and scarlet, where mortals approached only under threat of death, and where the voice of the Almighty was said to breathe between the wings of hammered gold. Its disappearance, when it finally came, left not ruin in its wake, but silence, a gap in memory that no chronicle fully bridged and no priestly record dared explain. Somewhere between the end of the monarchic period and the first lights of exile in Babylon, the Ark slipped from the visible world, leaving generations of scribes to circle the absence without naming it. And in that void, rumour took root of tunnels beneath hills, of Levites fleeing south with a hidden burden, of angels descending in flame to lift the sacred chest beyond mortal reach. In time, the silence itself became a witness, pointing to truths too volatile for parchment. The Ark's origin lay in the heat of Sinai, where Moses stood amid storm and darkness and heard a covenant spoken across thunder. When the cloud lifted, the prophet carried down tablets of law, and with them instructions for a box of acacia wood overlaid with pure gold, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 wide, 1.5 high. Upon its lid a caporet, cherubim of beaten metal faced each other, wings outstretched and eyes lowered toward the empty space that would become a throne of presence. Rings of gold were set at its sides for carrying poles never to be removed. Within, the tablets. Later, a pot of manna. Later still, Aaron's budding rod. Emblems of covenant, sustenance, priesthood. To approach unbidden was death. To look upon it with casual eye was blasphemy. Yet to Israel, it was compass and pledge. In the wilderness, it led processions beneath a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. In Canaan, it crossed the Jordan dry-shod and toppled Jericho's walls. When enemy steel threatened, soldiers begged its power to ride with them, and priests shouldered it to the front, though faith and presumption blurred fatally in the dust of battle. So it fell once into Philistine hands, captured at Aphek, carried to Ashdod, and set mockingly before Dagon. There the idol toppled, disease spread, tumorous plague gripped the plains. Terrified victors loaded the ark onto a cart with golden rats and tumors as guilt offerings, sending it north toward Beth, Shemesh with oxen lowing under an open sky. Farmers, heedless of command, peered into the chest and fell by the dozens. The survivors begged that it be taken away. It found uneasy rest at Kiriath, Jearim in the house of Abinadab, tended by his son Eleazar for 20 years, until David, newly crowned in Jerusalem, resolved to bring it up to Zion. If the Ark's earliest wanderings unfolded like a braided myth of terror and triumph, holiness moving among fallible men, its enthronement in Jerusalem marked a pause, a settling. David danced before it in a linen ephod, while Levites sang and cymbals clashed. His queen Michal looked on in contempt as the king leapt unkingly, but the procession would be remembered long after the dynasty collapsed. Within the fortress of Zion, beneath pitched tents, the ark rested until Solomon, son of David, built a house of cedar and stone, overlaying walls and floors with gold, studding doors with palms and open flowers, an earthbound Eden for the deity who once strode storms in Sinai. At the dedication, priests carried the chest into the innermost room, the Holy of Holies, and when they withdrew, the cloud of glory filled the courts so thickly that singers fell silent and could not stand. For 4 centuries, if the scribes reckon truly, the ark remained behind veil and cedar and layered curtains. Pilgrims came thrice yearly, crowding outer courts. Incense rose, lambs bleated, silver trumpets sounded at dawn. Yet only once each year, on the Day of Atonement, did a single man, the high priest, step past the veil with blood from bull and goat to sprinkle eastward before the mercy seat. There in incense haze he whispered the ineffable name, unseen by congregation or colleague, then withdrew as quick as breath to the outer sanctum, leaving the ark alone again in shadow. That solitude proved fragile. Kingdoms split, heirs rebelled, prophets thundered. North of Jerusalem, Samaria fell to Assyria. Its tribes led past Euphrates in fettered columns. South in Judah, Hezekiah stripped temple gold to pay tribute, even as Isaiah promised deliverance. Manasseh defiled the sanctuary with astral altars and blood of innocents. Josiah, last righteous king, smashed idols and read aloud a rediscovered scroll of covenant. Through each convulsion, the ark sat silent, a witness, until one day, within a generation of Jerusalem's own destruction, it disappeared from the record altogether. The last explicit reference is terse, almost casual. In Josiah's reign, the Levites are told, "Put the holy ark in the house that Solomon built." Some read frustration in that imperative, suggesting the chest had been removed, perhaps during Manasseh's desecrations, and needed restoring. Others hear simple instruction: ensure its safekeeping while reforms proceed. Either way, after Josiah dies at Megiddo and Babylon's shadow lengthens over Judea, the ark vanishes from Scripture. Nebuchadnezzar's siege, 586 BCE, spares nothing. Walls torn down, palaces burned, temple looted, but the chronicler, meticulous with inventories of basins and shovels, lists no ark among captured vessels. The silence is stark, deliberate. To name its loss might break hearts already exiled. Jewish tradition, struggling to reconcile that gap, opened 2 paths. One, practical. Levites, forewarned by prophets, hid the ark in a warren beneath the Temple Mount, sealing passages with quarried stones. Jeremiah himself, some said, spirited it away to Nebo's caves, promising it would be revealed in messianic days. The other, transcendent. When Babylon's captains breached the court, the Shekinah departed, and angels lifted the ark heavenward, returning it to the celestial archetype Moses saw on Sinai. In this version, earth could no longer bear the weight of holiness unhedged by obedience. Centuries later, Second Temple priests officiated with no ark behind the veil. The Holy of Holies lay empty save for bedrock. On the Day of Atonement, the high priest still entered, sprinkling toward an absence, marking an invisible mercy seat. Rabbinic writings recall him trembling, pacing carefully lest one misstep in the numinous vacuum strike him dead. When Rome razed that temple in 70 CE, no invading legion found the ark, only a vacant chamber and faded memory. Yet memory, carried far from ruin, grows roots in new soil. In the highlands of Axum, where clouds cast shifting shadows on obelisks etched with false doors, Ethiopian monks guard a chapel that no layman may enter. They claim the ark rests there, brought by Menelik IV, son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, who, according to the Kebra Nagast, visited Jerusalem, conceived a child, and returned to her kingdom bearing Israel's wisdom. When grown, Menelik journeyed to meet his father, and departed again with the firstborn sons of Israel's elders, and, by divine ruse, with the ark itself, borne south on wagon wheels. In Axum, it became the heart of Ethiopia's faith. Replicas, tabots, rest in every church, but the original abides under perpetual guard, attended by a solitary monk until death. No outsider verifies, no scholar appraises, only pilgrims gather, certain glory dwells behind rough basalt walls. Medieval Europe spun other threads. Crusaders, chasing relics across Levantine dust. Suppose the Ark lay hidden near the Dead Sea or within Templar vaults beneath Roslin. Some mapped its trail to Chartres, others to Sinjar's caves. Each rumour mirrored the age's hunger. To possess what heaven once touched was to borrow certainty amid plague and schism. Modernity, for its part, wavered between archaeology and legend. Excavators tunnelled beneath Jerusalem's mount, measuring voids and probing bedrock seams. Geopolitical tempers flared whenever drill met stone in so contested a holy place. In dusty storerooms of the Vatican, archivists traced Crusader inventories for hints, while in Israel's desert labs, radar sketched sub-platform anomalies too ambiguous for press release. The Ark, as ever, persisted as possibility. Simultaneously nowhere and anywhere devotion was fierce enough to require it. Yet beneath stories lies a quieter question. Why did disappearance matter so profoundly? The chest, after all, was wood and gold, not the law itself, only its container, not God himself, only his footstool. But human hearts make icons of meeting places. In a world where seas parted and mountains smoked, the Ark was proof of intimacy, divinity choosing to dwell among tents stitched by human hands. Its vanishing, therefore, spoke a void beyond politics, a fracture in relational cosmos. Exiles by Babylon's canals wept not only for lost homeland, but for silence behind heaven's curtain. And power, in every age, seeks to wield such symbols. A king who brandished the Ark before troops claimed divine franchise. A priest who guarded its secrecy claimed gatekeeper's authority. To steal it was to unseat a regime. To hide it was to preserve a covenant against faithless generations. Its fate, therefore, was never neutral. It lay at the intersection of theology and statecraft, of apocalypse and reform. Whoever controlled the narrative of its disappearance controlled hope itself. That explains perhaps the Bible's reticence. To admit the Babylonians captured the Ark would concede Yahweh's defeat. To detail its hiding would expose conspirators to foreign reprisal. To claim divine assumptions skirted idolatry but risked myth. Silence allowed each captive heart to fill the gap as conscience led, with repentance, with expectation, with resolve that covenant outlived artifacts. In recent decades, scholars have mapped cryptic hints across texts. Some note Ezekiel's vision of a departing glory, reading in it a liturgical farewell to the Ark. Others study temple tax records listing replaced accoutrements, but no Ark, suggesting it vanished before siege. A few propose Josiah, fearing imperial aggression, ordered priests to bury it beneath the very rock where Abraham once bound Isaac, sealing tunnels accessible only by coded liturgy. Whether any of this will yield to spade or scanner remains uncertain. Jerusalem's layered sanctity resists intrusive proof, but the power of the Ark's absence endures. In synagogues, the Torah scroll, crowned, veiled, enthroned in a wooden ark, echoes that lost chest, reminding congregants that word outlasts gold. In churches, altars bear tabernacles where bread of Eucharist rests beneath lamp, the presence reimagined sacramentally. In Ethiopia, Timkat processions circle water with hidden tabots, reenacting the Ark's crossing of Jordan. Each ritual reclaims what history withheld, making disappearance itself the seedbed of renewed encounter. For some, that is miracle enough. That emptiness became generative, that silence taught hearts to listen. For others, the hunt continues, satellite imagery over Tigray, ground-penetrating radar in Qumran cliffs, whispered permissions to open vaults in St. Mary of Zion. Faith and curiosity walk together, one warning the other not to grasp too hard. yet each compelled by the possibility that cedar poles and cherubim wings lie intact beneath centuries of dust, waiting for a dawn appointed in prophecy. If ever the Ark rises into daylight, it will arrive in a world of cameras, metal detectors, diplomatic quagmires. Carbon dating will fix its age, microscopes will track microbe decay on sycamore grain, 3D scanners will map its gilded relief. The relic will migrate from excavation tent to climate-controlled vault to contested museum, its meaning argued on talk shows and Senate floors. Yet, even then, its truest power may elude assay. For the Ark, throughout its long concealment, became more than object. It became a canvas for yearning, a locus where absence turned to hope. To possess it physically might sate curiosity, yet still leave souls hungry for what once hovered invisibly between cherubim. Until that day, or until forgetting finally overcomes desire, the Ark of the Covenant abides in a space between fact and faith, borne not on Levite's shoulders but in story. Its gold may tarnish unseen, its tablets crumble or shine, but its silence speaks, reminding each generation that holiness cannot be caged indefinitely by cedar walls or imperial decree. It moves as the cloud once moved, sudden, evasive, inviting pursuit, and those who chase it, explorers with spades, scholars with text, believers with prayer, find themselves retracing older journeys, out of bondage, across wilderness, toward a promised meeting place where law and mercy share one throne, and where, in the stillness between wing and wing, a voice can be heard again. The valley of the Galilee, when spring lays its first green upon the barley, and the hills breathe aromatic clouds of mustard and hyssop, seems an unlikely cradle for a controversy that has shadowed 2 millennia of Western faith. Yet it was among these terraces of limestone and olive that a wandering teacher first gathered followers around a shared table. It was here, under skies mottled by swift weather sweeping across Lake Gennesaret, that a woman named Mary, distinguished from a dozen other Marys by the epithet Magdala, after the Tower village on the lake's northwestern shore, entered the written memory of the world. The canonical Gospels record her little, but those few lines are luminous. She travels with Jesus of Nazareth, underwrites his ministry from her own purse, stands sentinel at the fatal cross while male disciples scatter in fear, and at dawn on the third day witnesses the tomb unsealed, the stone discarded like a broken seal to history. In John's Gospel, she is the first to see him risen, and the first to be sent, Apostola Apostolorum, to announce the impossible. Then, almost without farewell, she vanishes from the authorized narrative, her voice subsumed within the proclamations of Peter and Paul, her biography surrendered to a silence that grew cavernous with centuries. Silence, however, is never absolute. It invites echo. In the 2nd century, disciples of a Gnostic caste preserve stray dialogues in which the Magdalene converses with the Saviour about cosmic architectures, her questions bolder and more incisive than those of her male counterparts. The Gospel of Mary, unearthed on a papyrus codex when a Cairo antiquities dealer brought it to market in 1896, presents her as confidant and interpreter of secret sayings, provoking Peter's jealous protest. Did he really speak with a woman without our knowing? In the Dialogue of the Saviour, another clay jar survivor of the Nag Hammadi trove, she leans against Christ's shoulder while describing the path of the soul past cosmic toll collectors. The Gospel of Philip goes further still, naming her koinonos, a term that can denote companion, partner, even spouse, and depicting a ritual kiss upon the mouth to Peter's consternation. Whether these passages encode actual memory or spiritual allegory remains contested, yet the aroma of intimacy drifts unmistakably from their brittle fibres. If orthodoxy wished to repress such intimations, it succeeded for a time. Pope Gregory I, in a homily of 591, conflated Mary Magdalene, Mary of Bethany, and the anonymous woman who was a sinner who anointed Jesus' feet, branding the Magdalene a repentant prostitute and thus orienting the Church's imagination for 14 centuries. From pulpits to polyptics, she became the emblem of penitence, her carnal past safely quarantined by pathos. Yet within cloistered scriptoria, monks copied apocryphal legends that slipped through the doctrinal lattice. One Syriac text speaks of a betrothal at Cana, not of strangers, but of Jesus and Mary themselves. A Coptic fragment envisions them labouring like a royal pair. These undercurrents threaded into medieval Europe, where vernacular myths took root in Provence. Sailors of the Camargue coast told of a rudderless boat bearing 3 Marys, Magdalene, Salome, and Jacobe, across the Mediterranean after the resurrection. In that vessel, some said, journeyed a child named Sarah. Romani pilgrims later embraced Sarah as Kali Sara, the Black Queen, carrying her effigy into the sea each May while chanting songs older than any catechism. From legend to lineage is but a step in an age obsessed with blood. By the 12th century, courts of Aquitaine and Champagne, in which Eleanor's troubadours sang of Finamore beneath tapestries of fleurs, de, lys and lions rampant, hummed with tales of a Grail family descended from Christ and his secret bride. Chrétien de Troyes, Wolfram von Eschenbach and Robert de Boron circled the rumour obliquely. The Grail cup that caught Christ's blood, entrusted to Joseph of Arimathea, becomes in allegory a symbol of dynastic continuity as well as spiritual plenitude. The Knights of the Temple, newly returned from excavations beneath Solomon's stables, were suspected by Bernard of Clairvaux's admirers and detractors alike of guarding not mere relics but a revelation potent enough to unseat kings. When Pope Clement V, under Philip IV's shadow, dissolved the order in 1312, whispers multiplied. Templar galleys slipping from La Rochelle carried chests of parchments and children of a sacred bloodline to refuge in Scotland or the Pyrenees. The Black Death, the Avignon captivity, and the 100 Years' War scattered such notions like seeds on winds of fear. They sprouted in unexpected crevices. In the Languedoc, Cataparfait preached a dualistic gospel that Rome anathematized. Inquisitors recorded villagers who spoke of Bel Señor Jesus and Donna Maria, spouses whose union prefigured the reconciliation of flesh and spirit. Firewood piled high in public squares across Occitania, consigning heretics and their heterodox genealogies alike to smoke, but memory smouldered beneath ashes. By the time Renaissance humanists reopened Greek texts and printed the Nag Hammadi echoes, though not yet rediscovered in full, the Magdalene's suppressed statuary emerged, unsettling a church already riven by Luther's hammer blows. The Reformation transformed rumour into polemic. Protestant pamphleteers, eager to strip Rome of monopolised sanctity, accused popes of suppressing early gospels that contradicted sacerdotal celibacy. Catholic apologists doubled down. Mary Magdalene was penitent, not apostolic. Jesus' singleness mirrored his mystical marriage to ecclesia. But the printing press is a sieve few nets can dam. Esoteric societies, Rosicrucians, Freemasons, the elusive Compagnie du Saint-Sang, wove Christic bloodline theories into labyrinths of alchemical metaphor and coded architecture. At Rosslyn Chapel, completed in 1486 under William St. Clair, vegetal carvings and pendantive angels clutching beehives formed a symphony of symbolism later interpreted by Romantics as a map to hidden descendants. Whether the Sinclairs believed any of it is less clear than the fact that pilgrims arrived, hearing echoes in stone, convinced. The Enlightenment, that era of reason's confident gaze, did not wholly banish the mystery. Voltaire, Volney and Paine cast Jesus as moral teacher rather than God, but the notion of his earthly family suited their divinizing impulse. German idealist Hunting the Sitz im Leben of Gospel pericopes noted how Jewish rabbis customarily wed by 30. Why would Jesus deviate? Ernest Renan, Walking Galilee's Dust in 1860, described a prophet steeped in human tenderness who surely knew conjugal love. Yet Renan stopped shy of naming Mary. Historical caution eclipsed speculation. Archaeology, meanwhile, furnished new puzzle pieces. Mid-19th century digs at Capernaum exposed 1st century homes, one later revered as Peter's. At Magdala, fishermen's nets snagged column drums and mosaic shards of a late 2nd Temple synagogue. No inscriptions linked Mary to these ruins, but pilgrims hungry for place traced her steps across basalt pavements. In 1980, a bulldozer in Jerusalem's East Talpiot uncovered ossuaries bearing inscriptions Yeshua bar Yosef, Maria, Yosei, Yehuda bar Yeshua. The so-called Talpiot tomb, popularized decades later by filmmakers, reignited claims of a biological dynasty literally entombed beneath modern apartment blocks. Statisticians argued probability, epigraphers cautioned against homonym coincidence, theologians bristled. The noise subsided, unresolved. Then came Nag Hammadi, 1945. 13 leather-bound codices sleeping in a jar beneath a cliff near Jabal al-Tarif. Farmers found them, authorities confiscated them, scholars decrypted them. Among treatises of Valentinian cosmology and Sethian revelation lay the Gospel of Philip, and the companion of the Saviour is Mary Magdalene. Christ loved her more than all the disciples and used to kiss her often on her mouth. The kiss, argued Professor Elaine Pagels, signified transmission of gnosis. Yet the Greek loanword koinonos refused domestic simplicity. It could mean spiritual partner, yet also conjugal mate. Debates raged across colloquia. Did Philip's community preserve memory or fabricate allegory? No syllogism quelled the tension. By the late 20th century, popular culture overtook academia. In 1982, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail by Begant, Lee and Lincoln collated Merovingian genealogies, Templar legends, and Priory of Sion forgeries into a provocative tapestry. Jesus married Mary, produced a daughter named Sarah, whose blood flowed into Frankish dynasts and thence into modern European nobility. Historians dismissed the work's evidentiary leaps, yet sales soared. Dan Brown's 2003 thriller The Da Vinci Code novelized the thesis, seating millions at a virtual Last Supper, where the feminine vanished from Leonardo's fresco Re, materialized as Magdalene leaning into Christ's right side, womb full with promise. Churches hosted rebuttal seminars, Opus Dei fielded press calls, the Louvre extended visiting hours. Yet beneath sensationalism, serious questions persisted, rooted not only in textual lacuna but in social history. First century Galilean Judaism honored marriage. Celibacy was rare outside Essenic monasticism. If Jesus abstained, why? New Testament authors, focused on eschatological urgency, may have considered marital status irrelevant, or may have redacted what complicated a developing Christology. Paul's letters hint at factions claiming kinship authority. He visits the brothers of the Lord and meets James, the Lord's brother, who leads the Jerusalem church with seemingly hereditary gravitas. Was James a full brother, half-brother, or cousin? Greek adelphos leaves room for all. Catholic doctrine of Mary's perpetual virginity prefers cousin. Eastern Orthodoxy, half-brother by Joseph's earlier marriage. Yet should James be Jesus' son, impossible chronologically but illustrative of genealogical hunger, it would shift apostolic hierarchy dramatically. Against such theoretical scaffolds stands the void of direct proof. No contemporary source names a wife. The Gospels introduce Jesus' mother and siblings, but no spouse. Roman legal documents, which occasionally note execution of family members of rebels, mention none. Josephus, Tacitus, Suetonius, hostile yet valuable secular witnesses, are silent on descendants. Arguments from silence remain tenuous, yet accumulate. The Magdalene herself, while preeminent in resurrection narratives, is never titled Goon, wife, nor Nymphe, bride in canonical texts. Apocrypha elevate her status but stop short of explicit marital claim, save ambiguous Philip. Psychologically, the allure of a bloodline lies in tangibility. Doctrine preaches mystical communion. A dynasty offers flesh and blood continuity. In a skeptical age, miracle turns fragile. Genealogy endures. If God once held a child's hand, tends olives, buried a father, how closer he seems. The Magdalene, rebranded not harlot but bride, restores feminine balance to a story-long wait, tilted toward masculine apostles. She becomes archetype of wisdom, eros, partnership, challenging institutions built on celibate hierarchy. This challenge is not merely theological, it intersects with gender politics. Feminist scholars, beginning in the 1970s, reclaimed Mary as leader. Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza dubbed her Apostle to the Apostles, highlighting androcentric suppression. Others suggested marriage to Jesus would neither diminish his sanctity nor hers, but rather dignify sexual union. Critics warned of romantic projection, yet the re-imagining gained traction, influencing liturgy. Some Anglican and Lutheran calendars now honour Mary Apostle, and popular devotion, Magdalene icons clad not in scarlet penitent robes, but in white equal to Peter's. Genetic science, though heralded as arbiter, remains handicapped. Even if the ossuary inscriptions at Talpiot encoded the Holy Family, bone DNA degrades, contaminates, defies definitive comparison, especially without authenticated samples from living claimants. Projects sequencing Y-chromosome haplotypes of Kohanim priests illustrate possibilities. Lineages can persist thousands of years, but absent a control genome of Jesus, and given theological consensus that his paternity is by definition unique, no molecular genealogy can confirm or deny descent. So the conversation returns to texts, to context, to the tension between evidence and yearning. What then might a sober historical synthesis propose? First, that early Christian diversity included strands viewing Mary Magdalene as paramount witness and intellectual partner. Second, that marital status of rabbis varied. Some itinerant charismatics, Essene prophets at Qumran for instance, remained celibate for eschatological reasons. Jesus may align with either pattern. Third, that post, Easter leadership contested between Petrine, Rome, Jacobite, Jerusalem kinship, and possibly Magdalene factions. Eventual orthodoxy canonized one, muted others. Fourth, that medieval Europe, haunted by crusade trauma and papal power, discovered in suppressed lines a narrative weapon, fabricating or amplifying bloodline myths to legitimize resistance. Fifth, that modernity, disenchanted yet spiritually hungry, resurrected the myth not for rebellion but for intimacy, a God who loves, weds, begets. Between the lines, a subtler question shivers. What if the marriage rumour is neither wholly fact nor empty fiction, but a cipher for something else? An encoded memory of Jesus' radical inclusion of women, crystallised into nuptial allegory by communities starved for female sanctity. The kiss in Philip, the sibling rivalry with Peter and Mary, the bridal imagery in Philip's sacramental theology, all could signify a mystical union of soul and logos, enacted in communal liturgy. When literalized by later ages, allegory hardens into ancestry. Mythopoesis transmutes symbol into pedigree. Yet symbols possess their own truth, shaping cultures as forcefully as verifiable events, that millions entertain the prospect of a living Holy Grail lineage means the idea itself exerts power. Pilgrims kneel at Sant, Boehm's troglodyte chapel. Tourists decode Da Vinci frescoes. Scholars parse Greek prepositions, all because a silence 1,900 years old still reverberates. What of deliberate concealment? History teems with suppressed inconvenient facts. Had Jesus wed and fathered children, early ecclesial writers might have omitted the detail to elevate a spiritual dynasty over a carnal one. As the Jesus movement expanded beyond kin, based Judea into Greco-Roman cities, bloodline leadership may have impeded universal mission. Paul, championing Gentile inclusion, relativized Jewish pedigree. By 2nd century, succession by charism eclipsed succession by blood. A marital revelation surfacing later could threaten celibate clergy ethos. Thus, perhaps, editors erased clues. Yet, good editors leave seams. Scholars scour textual variants, seeking unredacted traces. So far, seams remain few. And yet, in 2012, Harvard historian Karen King announced a Coptic papyrus fragment citing Jesus referring to "my wife." Media erupted, skeptics decried forgery, subsequent ink analysis and provenance doubts steered consensus toward inauthenticity. Still, the readiness with which the world embraced possibility exposes a collective appetite. Outside Christendom, the story resonates differently. In Islam, Jesus, Usa, is revered prophet. Mary, Mariam, Mother Virgin, yet Magdalene appears not. The Quran's Isa returns at end time unmarried, but Sufi poets imagine a hidden beloved whose veil he lifts beyond the grave. In Kabbalistic thought, Shekinah, the feminine divine, seeks union with Tiferet, the bridegroom. Some Christian mystics read Magdalene into that cosmic marriage. Thus the rumour of bloodline intersects global mystical eros. Where then does the trail end? Perhaps in a small chapel in Rennes-le-Château, where Abyssiniers' alleged parchments fueled 20th century conspiracy. Perhaps in Roslin's crypt, where beams align with solstice dawns. Perhaps in the DNA of ordinary Provençals named de Bouillon or Plantard, chasing ancestry through notarized scrolls smudged by clumsy forgers. Or perhaps the trail ends quietly in Galilean soil, where a tomb long ago ceased to bear remains, and a woman once wept by its mouth, speaking the name of one she loved, whether as Rabboni, friend or husband only she knew, and her knowledge died with her. And yet knowledge never fully dies. It transmutes. It leaves scents. Nard and spikenard on the pages of Apocrypha, leaves whispers in the crypt aisles of Vézelay, leaves questions burning in seminarians and novelists alike. If history's task is to sift fact from pious embroidery, its humility is to confess when threads cannot be teased apart. In that indeterminacy, the bloodline theory lives, not proved, not dismissed, but haunting the periphery like a half-remembered dream of a wedding once held in Cana, water blushing into wine while musicians tuned a melody no chronicler bothered to score. In the shadow of that dream, believers and skeptics alike must choose. Some will cling to orthodoxy's celibate Christ, transcendent, solitary, poured out for humankind yet never entangled by it. Others will find solace in a wedded Messiah, embodied, intimate, leaving behind living branches that root divinity in human flesh. Between them stretches a spectrum of possibilities, each shading the face of faith differently. But perhaps the final word belongs not to creeds or conspiracies, but to the silence from which the story arose. An empty tomb, a woman's voice calling a familiar name, a command to go and tell. Whether that woman carried a child in her womb, whether that child's children walk the earth, the original commission remains. Speak of the risen one. The Magdalene obeyed, crossing empires of patriarchy to proclaim what she had seen. Her legacy, incontestable, is not a dynasty of princes, but a lineage of witnesses, countless voices, male and female, who, in defiance of silence, carry rumour of impossible hope into each new age. As long as that testimony endures, the bloodline, literal or metaphorical, flows on, whether braided in genes or in stories, in Eucharistic chalices or in bedtime tales, told under Provençal stars. And in that flow, fact and myth meet, inseparable as wine and water once were at Cana, awaiting the moment when the steward tastes and cannot help but marvel at the transformation, whatever its hidden source. Night settles gently over the city of Turin, draping its Baroque arcades and cobbled piazzas in a hush broken only by the muted creak of tram lines and the distant murmur of the Po. Inside the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, a broader stillness holds sway. High above the nave, vaults fade into darkness. Votive candles tremble beside a silver reliquary, and in a climate-controlled chamber at the end of a guarded corridor lies a length of ancient linen that has stirred devotion and dispute for more than 6 centuries. Folded beneath bullet-resistant glass, the Shroud of Turin rests in semi-shadow, its fibres scarcely visible, its mystery intact. A faint, sepia-toned image of a crucified man imprinted on cloth, neither painted nor woven, an image whose provenance is claimed by millions to be the very burial shroud of Jesus of Nazareth, and whose authenticity is rejected just as vehemently by skeptics armed with radiocarbon dates, art, historical parallels, and Occam's razor. To approach the shroud, even in imagination, is to step into a labyrinth where faith and forensics, liturgy and laboratory, medieval guildcraft and particle physics intersect. The cloth itself measures roughly 4.4 meters by 1.1, large enough to have enfolded a human body in the Jewish burial fashion of the 1st century. Woven in a distinctive 3-to-1 herringbone twill, its thread count and weave pattern resemble textiles unearthed from Roman-era Palmyra and Masada, yet such weaves also persisted into the Middle Ages. What rivets attention, more than fabric or size, is the negative image that blooms across its surface. Front and back impressions of a nude male, about 175 centimeters tall, bearing wounds consistent with Roman crucifixion, spikes driven through wrists and feet, a lance wound below the right ribs, punctures across the scalp, suggestive of a crown of thorns, scourge marks stippling shoulders and back in a savagely symmetrical pattern. When photographed in 1898 by Secondo Pia, the glass plate negative revealed startling detail unavailable to the naked eye. The negative became a positive, the shadowy face blooming into lifelike relief. From that moment, scientific scrutiny intensified, for the shroud appeared to contain photographic properties centuries before the invention of photography. Yet the shroud's earlier history swims in fog. The first undisputed record dates to 14 August 1389, when Bishop Pierre d'Arcis of Troyes dispatched a blistering memorandum to Pope Clement VII. He accused the canons of Lirae in Champagne of exhibiting a certain cloth cunningly painted, upon which by a clever sleight of hand was depicted the twofold image of one man, and that they falsely and deceitfully, being consumed with the passion of avarice, and not from any motive of devotion but only of gain, had proclaimed the said cloth to be the actual shroud in which our Saviour Jesus Christ was enfolded in the tomb. D'Arcis, citing an earlier investigation by his predecessor, insisted the image was produced by an unnamed artist who confessed his fraud. Clement VII, navigating Avignon politics, neither endorsed nor condemned the relic outright. He permitted pilgrimages as long as disclaimers framed it as a representation. Those disclaimers mattered little to the devout. By the late 15th century, the shroud had passed to the House of Savoy, travelled to Chambéry, survived a chapel fire in 1532, molten silver droplets burned the now famous symmetrical scorch marks, and in 1578 was moved to Turin, where a duke built a royal chapel to house it in splendour. Each move added a layer of legend, tales of miraculous healings, of soldiers saved in battle after praying before the linen, of thieves blinded when they tried to steal it. Artists from Albrecht Dürer to El Greco studied the shroud's anatomy, replicating its elongated proportions in crucifixion scenes. Yet questions lingered. If genuine, how had the relic survived undocumented for 13 centuries? Why did no church father mention it? Where was the cloth between Jerusalem and medieval Champagne? Some pointed to a letter by Robert de Clary, a knight of the Fourth Crusade, who described seeing in Constantinople the Sidween in which our Lord had been wrapped, which every Friday raised itself upright so that one could plainly see the figure of our Lord upon it. This Sidon, displayed in the Imperial Chapel until 1204, vanished after the Crusaders sacked the city. Proponents propose that French knights carried it west, eventually gifting it to Geoffroy de Charny of Liray, the shroud's first known owner. The hypothesis fits chronologically but lacks secure documentary linkage. Constantinople's cloth might have been another of many claimed burial linens. Moreover, Byzantine art favours highly stylized faces, whereas the shroud's image bears none of the layering of pigments or gilding typical of icon painters. In 1898, Peer's photographic revelation galvanized new research. Scientists debated how a medieval artist, lacking knowledge of light, sensitive emulsions, could have created a negative image so accurate that modern forensics could interpret blood flows by gravity. Early 20th century chemists proposed vapor-graph theories, ammonia released by a decomposing corpse interacting with aloes and spices on linen. Others argued for medieval photography using camera obscura, silver salts and sun exposure. None fully accounted for the image's superficiality. Under microscopy, coloration resides only on outer fibrils, 200 nanometers thick, with no capillary migration into deeper threads, unlike dye or paint. Dr. Giulio Fanti's spectral studies in the 1990s found no pigment binder whatsoever. The yellowing appears as dehydration, oxidation of cellulose, plausibly caused by brief, intense energy, whether chemical, thermal, or ultraviolet laser, like burst. Amid these debates, radiocarbon dating emerged as decisive arbiter. In 1988, tiny samples from a charred corner were cut and distributed to 3 labs, Oxford, Arizona, and Zurich, under protocols overseen by the British Museum. All 3 returned dates clustering between 1260 and 1390 CE, aligning neatly with Bishop Darcis's accusation. Headlines declared the relic unmasked. Skeptics declared the case closed, but the shroud refused easy burial. Textile experts soon noted that the sampled corner belonged to a section subjected to medieval repairs after the 1532 fire. Photomicrographs by chemist Raymond Rogers revealed cotton interweave and gum dye, not present in main body linen. If the radiocarbon samples were contaminated by later darning, the medieval date might clock only the repair, not the relic. Subsequent petition for retesting broader areas met resistance from church authorities, wary of damaging their most precious relic. Meanwhile, pollen analysis complicates the timeline. Swiss botanist Max Frey, examining sticky tape samples lifted from the shroud in 1973 and 1978, identified grains from 48 plant species. Many are endemic to the Middle East, including Gundalia tournefortii, a thorny plant consistent with crown, of thorns construction, and Zygophyllum dumosum, unique to Negev, Dead Sea Basin. Some appear only in Anatolia, aligning with a plausible Constantinopolitan sojourn. Critics question Frey's methods and contamination risks, Yet later, palynologists such as Avi Noam Danin corroborated Near Eastern taxa, arguing that spring bloom pollen corresponds to Passover season. Bloodstain analysis adds another layer. Forensic pathologist Dr. Pierluigi Baima Bologna tested fibril samples identifying type AB human blood. Skeptics counter that ancient proteins degrade, that positive hemoglobin results can arise from microbial action. Yet ultraviolet fluorescence photography shows serum halos around wounds, consistent with exudate separation, details unlikely painted by medieval hands unaware of forensic fluid dynamics. Even iconography plays its part. The Christ Pantocrator icon of St. Catherine's Monastery, 6th century, bears distinctive asymmetries: a swollen nose bridge, offset right eye, line under lower lip, mirrored on the shroud. Researchers using digital overlay claim congruence across at least 45 facial landmarks. Such congruence, they argue, suggests an early prototype image, perhaps the shroud, shaping Byzantine art, not vice versa. Yet art historians caution that liturgical conventions can converge without direct transfer. The Pantocrator matches earlier Syriac portraits of emperors. Around these data swirls the deeper question: how could any natural process form the shroud's image? No chemical known produces such grayscale negativity at fiber tip resolution. Experiments with scorching linen via heated statues yield coarse outlines lacking internal detail. Vapograph tests using ammonia and aloes create stains penetrating fibers unevenly. Modern physics labs firing excimer lasers at linen in 2011 produced color change on superficial fibrils strikingly similar, implying a burst of radiant energy could, in theory, emulate the shroud. For believers, this dovetails with resurrection accounts, a transfiguration flash marking the moment life returned. For skeptics, it suggests only that unknown photochemical roots remain. The shroud's endurance lies in this tension between traceable matter and elusive cause. Every thread invites measurement: tensile strength, vanillin loss, microscopic bending. Yet each measurement births new ambiguity. Italian engineer Paolo Di Lazzaro notes that 700 terawatts of vacuum, ultraviolet radiation lasting a few billionths of a second, could colour cellulose at observed depth, an energy impossible for medieval art. Skeptics reply, improbable does not equal miraculous, only unsolved. Historical lacuna amplify uncertainty. The gap from 1st century to 1350 might hide the shroud's eastern peregrinations, or it might conceal its very creation in a French atelier. Medieval knowledge of anatomy was rising. Artists like Giotto grasped chiaroscuro, yet no surviving medieval shroud painting achieves negativity. Nor did skeptics replicate the image convincingly until 2009, when Luigi Garlascelli used acid pigment wash and oven aging to approximate superficial fibers, though critics note discrepancies in 3D encoding and microscopic uniformity. For the Church, authenticity remains officially unpronounced. Popes venerate the shroud as icon, image that draws to Christ without doctrinal claim of relic. Pilgrims, however, kneel in tears before display, convinced they gaze upon the silent witness of Calvary. Scientists queue alongside mystics, each holding fragments of a puzzle bigger than either discipline's frame. In 1997, fire again menaced the shroud. Flames engulfed Guarini's chapel. Firefighters hacked through bulletproof glass, carried the casket to safety. Television images showed soot, streaked vaults collapsing while the shroud lay intact in cathedral nave, a scene many hailed as providential. Restoration in 2002 removed 30 patches sewn by Poor Clare nuns after the 1532 fire, revealing hitherto hidden scorches and providing new fibre samples for study. Yet disputes over access and proprietary data continue. Some researchers claim unpublished test results, others accuse secrecy. beyond science and piety lurks cultural metaphor. The Shroud's faint negativity mirrors humanity's longing for clarity amid blurred perception. It is a photograph without camera, a forensic report without witness affidavits, a relic whose authenticity rests not on conclusive proof but on converging probabilities. Historian John Calvin dismissed relic cults as medieval superstition. Novelist Umberto Eco portrayed the Shroud enmeshed in labyrinthine conspiracy. Yet both, by engaging, attest to its narrative potency. Walking Turin's Via Po at dawn, one senses layers of devotion. Shops sell Sindone postcards, Trattoria hangs sepia posters. Scholars at the university library pore over spectral imaging data. The Shroud permeates city identity, not as settled truth but as living question. In 2015, during the most recent public ostensione, 2 million pilgrims filed past the linen, including Pope Francis, who prayed silently, calling it the icon of love. Cameras captured tears on secular cheeks. Skeptics moved despite themselves by the convergence of artistry and agony. Perhaps the Shroud's greatest intrigue lies exactly in this: its refusal to retreat into either shrine or museum case. It compels cross-disciplinary dialogue. Textile analysts confer with biblical scholars, radiochemists email Hebrew epigraphers, imaging experts consult conviction. Each camp must confront limits. Faith acknowledges scientific challenge. Science confronts image formation it cannot yet duplicate. In the cathedral chamber, automated shutters roll aside, only on rare occasion, revealing linen draped over a tilted support. Even then, lighting remains low, temperature controlled, human breath filtered, yet the cloth's faint visage, glimpsed through glass, exerts magnetism all its own. Eyes seem closed in repose, mouth parted, shoulders torn by flagrum weighted with metal pellets. Blood flows downward in rivulets coherent with gravity. Scourge marks align in dumb terror across back and legs. Whether relic or icon, medieval masterpiece or sacred wrapping, the Shroud embodies suffering transmuted into beauty, an image that asks not merely is this Christ, but what do we see when we confront unjust death? In that sense, the Shroud transcends its carbon dates, pollen grains, and spectrographs. It stands as luminous absence, a photographic negative that images both presence and vacancy, love and brutality, history and transcendence. Its unresolved origin keeps dialogue alive, inviting each generation to re-examine presuppositions, to hold certainty lightly, to honor mystery where empirical reach falters. Will future science decide the matter? Perhaps. Accelerator mass spectrometry on UN, repaired fibers, proteomic analysis of ancient blood peptides, or multi-spectral 3D tomography might yield a date, a provenance, an explanation. Or they might deepen enigma, scattering probabilities without verdict. Either outcome enriches the story, for a solved Shroud becomes an artifact, but an unsolved one remains catalyst for wonder. So, the linen sleeps in Turin, cradle of Savoy dukes waiting beneath vaulted stone. Outside, the Po slides silently under Renaissance bridges. Above, alpine snowfields reflect starlight older than Golgotha. Somewhere between the cosmic and the human, a man once died under Roman law. His followers proclaimed him risen, and centuries later a cloth emerged, bearing an image no artist can replicate exactly. Whether that image touched his flesh or only symbolized his death, it continues to speak, in negative, in faint amber threads, urging onlookers to look twice, to question, and perhaps to hope. Night still falls over Patmos the way ink falls over parchment, slowly, deliberately, cloaking sharp stone and salt scrub in a deepening wash of indigo. When the wind drops, the Aegean laps at the island's coves with a hush that feels almost conspiratorial, as though the sea itself was safeguarding a secret whispered here 19 centuries ago. On a bare hillside above one such inlet stands a cave the local monks call the Holy Grotto, its interior blackened by candle soot, its walls rough yet worn smooth where pilgrims' hands have sought the chill reassurance of stone. Tradition says that inside this cleft, toward the end of the 1st century, an exile named Ioannis, John, heard a voice like a trumpet and turned to behold an apparition whose eyes blazed fire and whose words shattered the quiet with visions severe enough to tremble empires. From that confrontation emerged a text that still unsettles, still beckons, still defies the analytical nets cast over it, the apocalypse, the revelation of Jesus Christ. Revelation is both a closing door and an open wound in the canon of Christian scripture. It comes last, yet it refuses to resolve. Where other New Testament writings pursue narrative or instruction, Revelation unsheathes symbol after cascading symbol, lampstands and stars, beasts and bowls, a woman clothed with the sun, a dragon flung to earth, plagues riding the wind like locusts of frost and fire. For every reader who has mined it for linear timetable or cryptographic key, another has recoiled at its violence or lost themselves in its hall of mirrors poetics. Its Greek is idiosyncratic, its structure mathematically intricate, its tone at once liturgical and insurgent. From earlier circulation, it demanded interpretation, and resisted it in the same breath, setting in motion 2 millennia of exegesis in which politics, psychology, and piety vie for purchase. Begin, then, with the exile. Roman sources mention no John sent to Patmos, but the empire routinely banished minor dissidents to quarry islands. Eusebius, writing in the 4th century, claims the author was John the Apostle, deported under Domitian around 95 CE. Modern scholarship, measuring vocabulary and syntax against the Gospel of John, discerns another hand, perhaps a prophet, pastor steeped in Semitic idiom, fluent in Hebrew scriptures, ministering to fringe congregations scattered across Asia Minor. What drove him to confrontation with local power, economic boycott, imperial cult, municipal slander, matters less than the visceral cast of his language. He hears thunder as voice, sees voice as sword, feels the earth shudder beneath an overburden of injustice awaiting divine rebalancing. His opening letters to 7 churches read like diagnostic notes from a battlefield medic. Faith fatigued in Ephesus, martyr blood drying in Smyrna, complacency congealing in Laodicea. Then, door flung open, heaven descends in sequenced tableau, each vision more searing than the last. Early hearers versed in Hebrew apocalyptic, from Ezekiel's wheels to Daniel's beasts, would recognize the genre's grammar. Cosmic disturbance as political critique, coded animality as stand, ins for empire, numerology as memory palace. The 7-headed, 10-horned monster rising from the sea resembles Daniel's Roman beast. John spikes the image with contemporary sting by numbering its name 666, which in 1st century gematria aligns neatly with Nero Caesar. The whore of Babylon robed in purple and drunk on saints' blood is less subtle. Rome, city of 7 hills, whose roads pumped tribute and tyranny across the Mediterranean basin. To read Revelation this way is to hear it as resistance literature, underground anthem for small assemblies bullied by taxation, temple guards, and the lure of accommodation. Its judgment scenes become not idle catastrophe, but cathartic reversal. The beast devours itself, the martyrs inherit crowns, New Jerusalem descends opaque as jasper upon the grave of imperial arrogance. Yet Rome fell and Revelation did not retire. With each historical upheaval, the book's symbols rotated like multi-faceted stones catching new light. When the Goths breached the gates of the late Empire, bishops saw in the horsemen warnings unheeded. During plagues of the 6th and 14th centuries, trumpet visions of pestilence seemed documentary. Reformation polemic branded the medieval papacy Antichrist. Luther hesitated to keep Revelation in canon, but finally wielded its barbs against Rome. In 17th century England, fifth monarchists passed weak counts and reign, lengths to time Christ returned to 1666, year of both plague and Great Fire of London. Across the Atlantic, Jonathan Edwards read locust armies as Ottoman Turks, while enslaved African Americans found in Babylon's fall a prophecy of emancipation. 19th century Adventists recalculated Daniel, Revelation chronologies to predict 1844. Disappointment fertilized new denominations whose charts still map Daniel's lions to Alexander, Revelation's whore to modern finance, its millennial reign to an imminent dateline. The book's elasticity, its refusal to anchor prediction to any single event, makes it fertile ground for each generation's fears and longings. Images insist on multiplicity. Take the woman clothed with the sun. Is she Israel, labouring to birth Messiah under Herodian dragon threat? Is she Mary, chased across epochs by persecuting powers? Is she the Church, nourished in wilderness across 1260 symbolic days? Or is she all at once because John's vision telescopes covenant history through a single archetype? And what of the rider on the white horse called Faithful and True, whose robe is dipped in blood before battle begins? Blood his own, shed not in victory but in sacrificial prelude. Such reversible symbols compress theology into colour and motion. They invite meditation more than decoding, participation more than distance. Still, numerals tempt ledger keepers. 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 bowls. The symmetry reassures that chaos is supervised. 12 gates, 12 pearls, 12 foundations inscribed with apostolic names. Geometry of covenant squared and cubed. But when John deploys fractions, 1/3 of trees burn, 1/3 of sea turns to blood, the precision begins to feel like indictment, creation ravaged in measured increments, mercy restraining total loss, until repentance becomes impossible. In concentric patterns, angels pour judgments echoing Exodus plagues, dramatizing confrontation between new Pharaoh and new Moses on an empire-wide stage. The climax refuses simple catharsis. Battle lines gather at Armageddon, yet no clash is narrated. Instead, fire falls, Satan is bound, and 1,000-year reign commences, a millennium that church fathers debated fiercely. Augustine spiritualized it, locating the reign in the church age. Premillennialists read it as future political epoch. Postmillennialists envisioned gradual gospel progress birthing utopia before Christ's return. Modern interpreters see in the ambiguity John's intention to frustrate tidy schematics. The future, like the vision, is threshold, not timetable. John's final vista, the holy city descending, unspools architecture as theology. No temple stands because God and Lamb themselves are sanctuary. Gates never shut because threat is past. Nations bring glory, implying cultural diversity preserved, not eradicated. Tree of life straddles the river, leaves for healing of peoples, Eden restored and extended. The apocalypse, then, is not ultimately about destruction but unveiling, the Greek apocalypsis, disclosing a reality always approaching, always arriving. Judgment burns counterfeit power. Salvation grafts scarred creation into luminous wholeness. Why, though, cloak critique in monster masks and gemstone allegories? Because open revolt was suicide under Domitian. Because symbol can say in one stroke what prose cannot. Because vision engages heart as well as intellect. Because empire wars first against imagination, and prophecy fights back by expanding it. As politicized as Revelation became, its core remains worship. Hymns interrupt terror. Elders cast crowns, martyrs sing. John tutors embattled communities in doxological resistance. See the throne, not the beast. Hear the amen, not the market roar. Taste future feast beneath present famine. Over centuries, scribes copied the Apocalypse more lavishly than any other New Testament book. Illuminated manuscripts glow with serpents and cosmic women. The Bamberg Apocalypse sparkles with gold leaf. The Beatus commentaries of Spain swarm with angular dragons and rainbow mandolas. Art became exegesis. Dürer etched the four horsemen galloping with grim realism, betraying memory of Black Death. William Blake illustrated the whore astride a seven, headed creature whose malevolence exudes from every sinuous line. In music, settings from Handel's Messiah to Olivier Messiaen's Quartet for the End of Time channel Revelation's sonics, the former exultant, the latter composed in a POW camp, its violin imitating angelic announcement of eternity's halt. Modern scholarship returns to 1st century Asia Minor, reading Revelation in dialogue with imperial cult inscriptions announcing Domitian as Dominus et Deus. Coins from Ephesus show temples to Roma and Julius Caesar. Revelation denounces idle commerce. Merchants weep when Babylon falls, an indictment of economic complicity. Scarlet, robed Babylon sits on many waters. Rome astride Mediterranean trade. Yet the text's reach extends. Capitalism, totalitarianism, ecological collapse each find reflection. The beast morphs to fit whoever wields coercive power. The Lamb's counter, kingdom appeals to conscience across eras. Amid interpretation fray, the book remains liturgical in Eastern Orthodoxy, imaginative in African, American spirituals, cautionary in Mennonite non-resistance, catalytic in Latin, American liberation theology. Its images animate both leftist protest banners and right-wing prophecy seminars. Such versatility testifies less to reader error than to symbol potency. John wrote in exile to 7 embattled churches. The Spirit speaks through his words to 70 times 7 fractured contexts. What of fear, the apocalyptic dread that Revelation stirs? John knew terror, state violence, neighbor betrayal, cosmic portents. But his vision anchors dread within worship. Every destructive cycle yields to a hymn, Holy, Holy, Holy. Judgment is not caprice, but unveiling of what injustice has already sown. Hope springs not from denial of catastrophe, but from a lamb who bears wounds into glory, making violence terminal, not cyclical. Revelation ends not in mushroom cloud, but marriage feast. Tears are wiped, not ignored. The book's severity safeguards its tenderness. Only a universe truthful about evil can credibly promise healing. And the numbers, the 666 tattoo of fascination? Ancient readers tallied Nero, medievals tallied popes, reformers tallied monarchs, contemporary fringe tallies barcodes. John expects calculation but embeds warning. Wisdom is required. To fixate on ciphers is to miss the narrative's pressing call. Resist beastly systems by imitating the Lamb's self, giving love. Seal of God on foreheads marks allegiance deeper than economic mark. Worship shapes destiny more than arithmetic. In Patmos today, the cave's silence absorbs pilgrim whispers. Icons depict John bent over parchment, brow furrowed, stylus poised between earthly dusk and unveiled dawn. Monks chant from Revelation on feast days, syllables echoing against basalt ceiling. Outside, ferries churn tourist wakes, yet cannot erase the island's aridity. Its reminder that prophecy germinates in places empire deems negligible. John's apocalypse does not spring from marble halls, but from volcanic scrub, reminding readers that vision often comes where comfort is scant. Can Revelation be understood? Yes and no. Its historical matrix is partly recoverable. Its rhetoric yields to genre studies. Its symbolism converses with Exodus, Isaiah, Ezekiel. Yet, to domesticate it fully would be to betray its power. The book intends to unsettle, to strip away illusions, to place readers under a sky cracked open to eternal court. Its meaning unfolds less in commentary tomes than in the moral imagination of communities facing their own beasts, systems devouring the poor, rhetorics whipping crowds, idols demanding silent complicity. Wherever hope contests empire, revelation breathes. Thus its legacy persists in fragments, in the hush before midnight, services when candles wait to be lit, in the shouts of protest, where Babylon's smoke still darkens skylines, in the quiet courage of martyrs unknown to news feeds, who echo the elders' refusal to worship brute power. When the last commentary is outdated and the newest crisis rendered old, the apocalypse will still whisper, like Patmos wind twisting through hyssop, "Behold, I am making all things new." Its beasts will fall again, its city will descend again, and readers bearing their own scars will find themselves astonished not by ruin, but by the unanticipated, tender persistence of a voice that once sounded like a trumpet. Fearsome, yes, but also calling them home. In the first dim years after the crucifixion, before churches rose in stone and doctrine settled into creed, there was only the road. Dirt tracks across Galilee where sandals left no mark. Goat paths through the Golan, trodden at dusk by men with calloused feet and voices hoarse from preaching. Coastal causeways paved in Roman stone where traders hauled salt and dyed cloth. And somewhere among them, in cloaks worn thin by weather and wandering, the apostles of Jesus walked east and west, north and south, disappearing one by one into the folds of a world that scarcely noticed them. They had no maps, only memory, no gospels, only what they had seen and heard. And what they carried was not a manifesto or a scroll, but a presence, a story so immense it defied the parchment of empire, and so intimate it could be whispered in an upper room. They spoke of a man who healed with a touch, who ate with outcasts, who died without resistance and returned without vengeance. And the farther they travelled from the hills of Judea, the more their words had to stand in for the man himself. Their voices became the only body Christ left to the world. But what became of those voices? The names of the 12 stand like stones at the foundation of the faith. Peter, James, John, Andrew, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, James, son of Alphaeus, Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, Judas Iscariot, and in his place, Matthias. Each name a doorway. Each life, after acts grow silent, becomes an echo. Peter, the fisherman who faltered and found courage again, is said to have journeyed to Rome, where the empire swelled like a storm tide around a fragile new faith. There he preached under Nero's shadow and, tradition says, was crucified upside down at his own request, not feeling himself worthy to die as Jesus had. His bones, it is claimed, lie beneath St. Peter's Basilica, under altars layered with centuries of marble and incense, where pilgrims still whisper prayers to the first of the keys. John, brother of James, son of Zebedee, is the only apostle said to have died a natural death, though not without suffering. Tradition places him in Ephesus, after exile on Patmos, where visions surged like fever and gave birth to revelation. His gospel is the most abstract, the most meditative, as if written by someone who had looked too long into light and come back dazed. Some say he tended Mary until her death, others that he survived Domitian's reign and saw the church begin to widen like ripples on a lake. James, his brother, was the first to die. Herod Agrippa had him beheaded in Jerusalem, and the act pleased the crowd so much that Peter was arrested next. James's martyrdom is swift, brutal, and barely recorded, but it sets a tone. The message would not go unopposed. Andrew, Peter's brother, is said to have travelled north into Scythia and south into Achaia. One legend has him preaching in what is now Georgia. Another says he founded the church in Byzantium. He was crucified in Patras on an X-shaped cross, from which he preached for 2 days before dying. His bones were moved more than once, to Constantinople, to Amalfi, and fragments even to Scotland, where a nation took him for patron and bore his cross on its flag. Thomas the twin is perhaps the most enigmatic. After doubting, he believed with a fervour that drove him farther than almost any of the others. He is said to have reached the Malabar coast of India, preaching to Brahmins and founding a Christian community that still bears his name. The Martoma Christians of Kerala claim his tomb, his miracles, his imprint on their liturgy. He was speared to death, tradition says, near Chennai. Whether history can prove it, the memory lives in stone churches shaded by coconut palms, in songs that mingle Aramaic cadences with Tamil soil. Bartholomew, also called Nathaniel, followed Thomas east, some say. Armenian tradition claims him as co-evangelist with Thaddeus. Other stories place him in Arabia, Mesopotamia, even Egypt. His death is among the most gruesome. Flayed alive and beheaded, a martyrdom immortalized in art that shows him holding his own skin like a cloak. Yet behind the horror lies a quieter truth. Someone took his name and tethered it to faith in places far from Jerusalem. Philip, practical and inquisitive, is said to have preached in Phrygia. One version of his death says he was crucified upside down and stoned in Hierapolis. A tomb was uncovered there in the 20th century, lending credence to the legend. In the Acts of Philip, apocryphal but rich in detail, he confronts dragons and silences demons, though likely these are symbols of his struggle against paganism. Matthew, once a tax collector, is claimed by multiple traditions. Some place him in Ethiopia, others in Persia, some in Syria. His gospel, addressed to a Jewish audience, suggests a man who never stopped trying to bridge the old and the new. He is said to have been stabbed to death while celebrating Mass, yet the details shift with every telling. James the Less, son of Alphaeus, is among the most obscure. Confused at times with James the Just, he fades from the record after Acts. Some say he remained in Jerusalem, a quiet pillar of the early community. Others assign him to Egypt, where he was sawed in half. Thaddeus, also called Jude, is likewise elusive. Armenia reveres him as co-founder of the church with Bartholomew. In iconography, he bears an image of Christ said to have healed a distant king. He is often invoked in hopeless causes, perhaps because his story vanished early and hope clings to what is nearly lost. Simon the Zealot, the revolutionary turned missionary, is variously said to have preached in Persia, in Armenia, in North Africa. Some traditions pair him with Jude. Others say he was sawn in half, or crucified, or died peacefully. His zeal, once militant, turned to proclamation. Matthias, chosen by Lot to replace Judas, is shadowed by silence. One version places him in Cappadocia, another has him stoned and beheaded. He enters the story late and exits quietly, but his presence in the 12 speaks to the church's earliest instinct, to restore what was broken. And Judas, the betrayer, his fate is known or believed to be. The Gospels diverge. One says he hanged himself, another that he fell in a field and burst open. In either case, he died alone. Yet even he leaves echoes. A gospel bears his name, found in a desert cave, portraying him not as traitor but as chosen instrument. Heresy to many, a possibility to others. What then is the true fate of the apostles? No single parchment records it. No Roman scribe, no temple scroll, no Greek historian followed their tracks to the end. What survives is piecemeal, fragments of oral tradition, apocryphal acts, relics claimed by cities, feast days enshrined by centuries of liturgy. Their endings lie somewhere between martyrdom and myth. Each death is told in 3 versions, each tomb claimed by 2 nations. Yet this uncertainty does not diminish them. If anything, it testifies to how far their stories travelled, how wide a net their witness cast. Their traces remain, like footprints in wet ash hardened by time, a cross etched in a catacomb wall, a name in a Syriac liturgy, a legend told in a coastal village where a stranger once arrived and changed everything. Their legacy is not a single thread, but a tapestry frayed at the edges and rich at the centre, woven from pain, conviction, and the long, slow echo of a voice, still heard where two or three gather. They vanished into the world like seeds on the wind, and in the dark furrows of empire, something took root. A hush clings to the limestone cliffs of Egypt's Middle Nile Valley, where the dry breath of the desert meets the river's slow green artery. Near the village of El Minya, a labyrinth of caves, riddles the jagged escarpment, ancient burial chambers, Coptic hermit cells, and smugglers' vaults chipped out of soft rock. Sometime in the early 1970s, local treasure hunters burrowed into one such cavity and pried loose a crumbling limestone block. Behind it lay a cedar chest plastered with mud and bound by disintegrating rope. Inside, wrapped in linen now brittle as moth wings, was a papyrus manuscript, 120 brittle leaves, their ink fading to the colour of desert dusk. The men who found it could not read the script. They knew only that antiquities fetched money. So the Codex began its modern odyssey, first to Cairo's black market dealers, then to a Greek trader's freezer in Geneva, later to a Long Island bank vault, and at last, 3 decades on, to scholars equipped with infrared lamps, digital microscopes, and the patience to coax words from ruin. What they read sent ripples through biblical scholarship and ecclesial authority alike, for the Codex contained, among other Coptic texts, a work titled The Gospel of Judas. Long rumoured from patristic denunciations but never seen, the Gospel narrated the final days of Jesus not from the vantage of Matthew or John, but through the eyes of Judas Iscariot, the disciple remembered in Christendom as traitor, thief, and son of perdition. In this version, Judas is no villain. He is confident, chosen initiate, the only apostle who truly grasps Jesus' divine origin. Far from betraying his master out of greed, Judas obeys a secret instruction. You will exceed all of them. You will sacrifice the man that clothes me. The text culminates not in Judas's shame but in his exaltation, a paradoxical obedience that enables Jesus to shed mortal flesh and return to the luminous realm of the great invisible spirit. Traditional narratives are upended, soteriology tilts on new hinges. The mere notion that such a gospel existed was not news. Around 180 CE, the church father Irenaeus of Lyon had condemned a group he called the Cainites for venerating figures maligned in scripture: Cain, Esau, the Sodomites, and especially Judas. They possessed, he wrote, a fictitious history which they style the Gospel of Judas. Centuries later, Epiphanius of Salamis likewise sneered at a Judas, honouring sect. Yet their descriptions were brief, polemical, and possibly second-hand. For nearly 2 millennia, no manuscript corroborated the accusation. Scholars speculated that the Gospel might never have been more than rumour, until the dust, flaked pages from Minya emerged, written in Sahidic Coptic but clearly translated from an older Greek original, likely composed between 130 and 180 CE in the ferment of early Christian diversity. The Codex, carbon dated to circa 280 CE, opened a window onto that diversity. Alongside Judas, it included a first apocalypse of James and a fragment of Peter's epistle to Philip. Texts steeped in the cosmology of Gnosticism, a wide, multifaceted movement that cast the material world as a flawed creation of an inferior deity and sought salvation through secret knowledge, gnosis. The Gospel of Judas shares that cosmic architecture. It depicts a transcendent Father beyond human comprehension, emanating realms of angels and luminaries. the God of Israel is demoted to a lesser being, Saklas, the blind creator, while Jesus, an emissary of the high God, laughs at the apostles who think sacrifices in the temple please the divine. Only Judas perceives the deeper truth. The physical Jesus is a mere envelope for a radiant spirit yearning to return home. His kiss, in this telling, is not betrayal but midwife. It triggers the separation that liberates Christ from flesh. To orthodox ears, the claim is scandal. Judas elevated, sacrifice praised. The crucifixion reframed not as redemptive agony but as cosmic jailbreak. Yet to scholars of the 2nd century, such reimaginings are familiar. Valentinus, Basilides, and other Gnostic teachers wrote Gospels where secret dialogues replaced public parables, where the cross became illusion or strategic shedding of mortality, where ignorance, not sin, chained humanity. The Gospel of Judas thus belongs to a contested frontier, part of a genre that thrived before ecclesial borders hardened into canon. Its road to modern eyes, however, nearly ended in oblivion. After the initial looters sold the codex, it languished in humid storage. Pages flaked, ink ran. In 1983, an Egyptian dealer offered it to potential buyers for $3 million. Museums balked. By the time the Swiss foundation Maecenas acquired it in 2001 and entrusted translation to the National Geographic Society, the manuscript demanded triage conservation, freeze, drying, meticulous flattening of shards, digital stitching of phrases. Scholars Rodolfo Casa, Marvin Meyer, and Gregor Wurst spent 4 years reassembling syntax like archaeologists piecing pottery. Their 2006 publication sparked headlines. Judas, hero not villain. Yet controversy followed quickly. Some theologians decried sensationalism. Text critics questioned reconstructions of ambiguous lacuna. Sensitivities flared among coptologists about access and intellectual property. Still, the broad contours persist. The Gospel opens with Jesus laughing at his disciples' misunderstanding. He reveals to Judas astral visions, stars guiding souls, giant angels shaping matter, the destiny of the 13th spirit. He interprets Judas's future infamy as necessary, telling him, "You will be cursed by the other generations, and you will come to rule over them." The narrative ends abruptly. Judas hands Jesus to priests. The scribes ask what reward he wants. Unlike canonical Gospels, no remorse or suicide follows. Silence drapes his fate, as though the text, having discharged its esoteric disclosure, has no interest in mundane aftermath. What does this mean for received Christianity? Historically, it confirms plurality. Early believers did not speak with one voice about Judas. Some, like the author of Matthew, viewed him as devil incarnate. Others saw deeper drama. In the Gospel of John, Jesus tells Judas, "What you are about to do quickly," hinting at foreordained role. The Judas Gospel amplifies that seed into full reversal, making betrayal obedience. Theologically, it challenges notions of redemptive suffering and personal responsibility. If Jesus orchestrated his own arrest to escape a corrupt cosmos, crucifixion ceases to be atonement. It becomes the final joke on a blind demiurge. Salvation shifts from faith in blood to insight into illusion. Yet the Church long ago judged such ideas heresy. By the late 4th century, councils closed the canonical list at 4 Gospels. Works like Thomas, Mary, and Judas were suppressed or forgotten, surviving only in monastic caches such as Nag Hammadi, or, in this case, a tomb near Minya. Their marginalization shaped Western religious imagination for centuries. Judas remained traitor, emblem of greed, inspiration for Dante's deepest hell. Only occasionally did mystics contemplate his necessary sin. Now, with the text in hand, scholars can trace how early Christians wrestled with divine plan, free will, and the problem of evil. The Gospel of Judas also illuminates intra-Christian power struggles. Its ridicule of temple sacrifice and traditional apostles betrays rivalry with proto-Orthodox leadership that claimed authority through apostolic succession. By undermining Peter, James, and John, the author delegitimizes bishops who invoke those names. By elevating Judas, the outsider, the text flips hierarchy, aligning with fringe communities defeated in ecclesial politics. Irenaeus' polemic, then, is less theological than institutional. Defend emerging orthodoxy by branding rival narratives as perverse. Scientific scrutiny of the Codex supports its antiquity. Papyrus fibers match 3rd century specimens. Ink composition fits Egyptian formulations of carbon black and gum Arabic. Radiocarbon tests align at 220 to 340 CE. Linguistic analysis of Coptic grammar traces to Middle Egyptian dialect. No anachronistic theological terms appear. Cosmology parallels Sethian Gnosticism known from Nag Hammadi. For forgery, one would need improbable expertise, materials, and motive decades before scholarly interest peaked, a scenario archaeologists deem highly unlikely. Reception among believers remains divided. For some, the gospel enriches faith, showing broader search for meaning. For others, it threatens core dogma. Pope Benedict XVI responded in 2006 homily, affirming Judas's betrayal as free choice. Alternative texts do not alter gospel truth. Evangelical writers label Judas' gospel a deceptive curiosity, like Da Vinci Code. Yet seminaries now teach it in courses on early Christian literature, not as revelation, but as witness to contested memory. Beyond theology, the Codex raises ethical questions about antiquities trade. Looting deprives scholars of excavation context that might clarify dating. Decades in humid vault nearly destroyed irreplaceable history. The saga spurred renewed calls for tighter regulation, repatriation, and responsible stewardship of manuscripts. Meanwhile, textual puzzles persist. 20% of lines remain fragmentary. Key phrases hinge on torn fibers. Did Jesus say Judas would sacrifice the man that clothes me, or exceed all of them, for you will sacrifice? Each verb tense nuances meaning. Ongoing multispectral imaging at the University of Basel continues to enhance faded ink, yielding incremental clarifications. In the desert caves near Minya, bats roost where treasure hunters once swung chisels. Locals recount rumors of more chests still buried, scrolls of lost prophets, jars of gold. Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities monitors, but cannot police every grotto. Thus, the Gospel of Judas stands both warning and promise. Warning of cultural loss when greed drives excavation. Promise that buried voices may yet upend what we think settled. Walk the corridors of the Morgan Library in New York, or the rare book vaults of the Bodleian, and one meets scores of apocryphal fragments, Oxyrhynchus papyri, Valentinian homilies, fragments of lost Eldad and Modad. Each testifies that early Christianity was not monolith, but mosaic, shards of belief jostling before imperial creeds fused them. The Gospel of Judas, in its startling inversion, reminds us that histories are written by survivors. The rest wait in desert silence for sunlight and patient glue. As dusk dims Cairo's skyline, Coptic monks at the Wadi Natron chant psalms unchanged since Pachomius. They honour canonical scriptures, but some may wonder about the scroll a tomb once cradled. Was Judas, vilified in icons, secretly chosen? Did Jesus laugh because mortality is mask? Or is the text a rebellion of Gnostics weary of sacrifice, yearning for knowledge over faith? The answers lie partly in ancient ink, partly in the human need to question verdicts. Canon shapes identity. Apocrypha stirs imagination. Together they weave the restless tapestry of belief. Thus the Codex from Minya, patched with Japanese tissue, sealed in nitrogen, travels occasionally for exhibit. Visitors peer at faint Coptic letters. THMENC. Truly I say to you. The glass reflects their faces, modern seekers glimpsing ancient descent. They exit into museum light, carrying new questions. Who decides which gospel lives? Can betrayal be fidelity? Is truth a single path or intersecting roads? The pages offer no final verdict, only a murmur across 19 centuries. Consider again. Listen deeper. The story you know is not the only story told. The heat along the road from Damascus crashes against the traveller like a mallet, dry, metallic, smelling faintly of gypsum and goat hair in the woven cloaks of those who tramp its margins. On this road, somewhere between the river-lined orchards north of the city and the treeless rise of the Horan Plain, a man named Saul lost his sight to an encounter he would later describe as light beyond the wattage of creation, a brightness that unstitched his certainties and laid them bare beneath a different sky. From that moment, so the Acts of the Apostles records, he entered the orbit of a Messiah he had once hunted. But Scripture, terse as desert grass, hastens on. A few verses of baptism and furtive preaching in Damascus, an escape by night through a wall, and then silence. 14 years pass before Saul re-emerges, now Paul at a council in Jerusalem, a seasoned evangelist carrying tales of Gentile gatherings from Antioch to Iconium. What filled those lost years? What fires tempered the voice that would later ring through Philippi's prison and Corinth's market hall? We are left with fragments, a line in Galatians about Arabia, a mention of Syria and Cilicia, a note that he laboured not in vain. From these slivers, historians have pieced conjecture broad as steppe and subtle as parchment wormholes, for the gap matters. Without it, the Paul who writes in molten prose about weakness and glory, body and spirit, would read like a prodigy without apprenticeship. The first clue surfaces in Paul's own desperate defence of his apostleship. In Galatians, he insists he did not confer with flesh and blood, did not hurry to Jerusalem, but went away at once to Arabia, and afterwards returned to Damascus. Arabia, in the Roman lexicon of 35 CE, meant the Nabatean kingdom stretching from the Sinai through Petra to the fringes of the Syrian desert. It was a realm of incense roots and high, walled canyons governed by King Aretas IV, no friend of Herodian allies, suspicious of any itinerant Jew announcing a crucified rival to Caesar's claims. Why would a freshly blinded Pharisee venture there? One possibility: solitude. The prophets Elijah and Moses found God in wilderness beyond empire's reach. Saul, steeped in such narratives, may have sought the same crucible. 40 days multiplied by weary years, fasting, praying, stitching new wine into old mental skins. Another possibility edges toward political entanglement. Acts hints that Damascus's ethnarch, reporting to Aretas, later sought Paul's arrest. Perhaps in Arabia he denounced the temple tax, stirred Jewish merchant synagogues along caravan hubs, preached freedom that threatened Nabatean order. A man marked by visions rarely remains inconspicuous. Whatever Arabia imparted, Saul returned to Damascus changed enough to provoke lethal anger. Lowered in a basket at night, he slipped away south along the King's Highway to Jerusalem. There, Acts compresses his first visit into days. Suspicion from apostles, sponsorship by Barnabas, debates with Hellenists, an assassination plot. Church elders shipped him off to Tarsus, his birthplace in Cilicia, a Roman free city of Stoa and university, where Stoic lectures mingled with dockside Syriac curses. Luke then writes a line both bland and seismic. The churches throughout Judea, Galilee, and Samaria had peace. Paul, it seems, entered a second obscurity, this time amid the Taurus Mountains and the port of Seleucia, far from martyrdom headlines. 14 years swell here like subterranean aquifers feeding future rivers. Scholars hunting his footprint in that span sift three spheres: family, trade, and synagogue. Paul calls himself a tent maker, Cilicia exported goat, haircloth called cilicium, prized for military tents. It is plausible that Saul returned to clan workshops, hands thickening with loom calluses while mind rehearsed Isaiah in light of cruciform glory. Trade would grant mobility, threading him through markets of Derbe and Lystra, vaulting him aboard coasters to Cyprus. Wherever merchant guilds set up stalls, synagogues followed. Saul's rabbinic credentials, honed under Gamaliel, would earn Sabbath lectern invitations. Picture him unrolling the scroll of Habakkuk, "The righteous shall live by faith," and linking it to stories of a Galilean executed under Pilate. Some listeners nod, some bristle. Gossip travels. Little house gatherings sprout among Greek, speaking artisans, a proto-ecclesia without circumcision boundaries. Years later, when Barnabas fetches Paul for Antioch's surge, Luke remarks they found an already thriving assembly. Another thread winds through Cilicia's rugged interior. Persecution not of Paul, but by Paul, now reversed. He had once borne letters of extradition, now letters from him exhort patience under fresh violence. The thorn in the flesh, he later laments, could be a lingering wound from stoning in these undocumented years, or recurring malaria from marshy Kidness banks, or a Syrian official dogging his steps. In solitude, he learned weakness, so that later he could write of power made perfect therein. Archaeology offers faint corroborations. Milestone inscriptions note Nabatean patrols on the Syrian frontier circa 37 CE. Aretas's intervention in Damascus aligns with Paul's basket episode dated around 39 CE after Caligula's death reordered alliances. Excavations at Tarsus reveal first century domestic quarters where loom weights mingle with imported parchment scraps. All circumstantial, yet each shard a mirror shard to Paul's brief references. More evocative than shards are the echoes in Paul's mature letters. The lyrical storm of Romans 8, its heights of inseparable love, bears marks of desert contemplation where sky arches without stint. The cosmic Christ hymn quoted in Philippians 2, though in very nature God humbled himself, suggests years of liturgical experimentation in small Gentile circles, refining Aramaic memories into Greek doxology. His catalogue of perils in 2 Corinthians, rivers, robbers, sleepless nights, reads like a travel diary condensed into valedictory verse. Cilicia's goat paths and Pisidian torrents surely contributed entries. The hidden years also nurse relational seeds. In Antioch, Paul meets Titus, uncircumcised yet spirit-filled. The friendship fires his later showdown in Jerusalem, where false brothers spy out freedom. Luke hints Barnabas mentored Paul, smoothing his fierceness. Perhaps in first encounters, Paul still bristled with prosecutorial zeal, quoting Torah like a blade. Barnabas, son of encouragement, taught him the slower grammar of consolation. By the time public ministry bursts open, Paul can weep with Ephesian elders and write tender salutation to Phoebe the deacon. Such emotional fluency is rarely innate. It matures in years nobody records. Why then does Acts veil those years? Luke writes for a patron impatient for expansion narrative. Quiet growth in Cilicia lacks dramatic spark. Paul himself, defending independence, sidesteps details lest opponents claim he derived gospel from Jerusalem. Silence becomes strategic space, allowing God alone as tutor in deserts of Arabia and workshops of Tarsus. Still, imagination lingers, a lone figure at dusk on Amanus foothills, watching Roman supply convoys snake west toward Antioch, hearing smith hammers ring from the city below, praying under breath, fragments later stitched into Thessalonian benedictions. In winter, he might board a lumber barge to Anamurium, preaching on deck to sailors gambling beneath patched sails. In spring, he might trek inland where Galatian tribes trade wool, debating ancestral curses and cruciform blessing around hearth smoke. He suffers malaria chills, scrawls thank, U-notes delivered by mule. He studies Greek poets to quote them at Mars Hill. 14 years become laboratory, furnace, crucible. When at last Barnabas brings him to Antioch, the chrysalis tears. Prophets there lay hands, the Spirit saying, "Set apart Barnabas and Saul." What appears sudden is culmination. Hidden years surface in fluent adaptability. Paul navigates synagogues, agora, areopagus. He drafts letters threading Septuagint, midrash, Stoic rhetoric. His gospel bears desert austerity and urban agility, artisan humility and rabbinic rigor. Christian memory tends to spotlight conversions as instant metamorphosis: Zacchaeus from tree to restitution, Magdalene from weeping to witness. Paul's lacuna reminds that sanctification often stretches unseen, braided through ordinary toil and exile. The blank space in Acts invites every vocation to fill it with hope that obscurity is not absence, but gestation. 2 millennia later, pilgrims walk along the Orontes embankment where Roman gates once stood. They trace a road to Ananias's house, but few trace the longer road to Arabia, to Tarsus's silent looms. Yet somewhere between those stations, the persecutor unlearned fury and learned songs that could steady prisons. The hidden years remain hidden, and in their hiddenness they testify. The forge of influence often glows out of sight. The letters that shake continents are drafted first in caves, where only wind and God bear witness. Dawn settles slowly over the jagged hills outside Lourdes, France, where the air hangs heavy with the mingled scents of candle wax and rain-damp stone. Along the banks of the Gave de Pau, hundreds gather before a grotto carved by water and time, some leaning on crutches, others whispering prayers in a dozen tongues. Their hands clutch rosaries and handkerchiefs and photographs of the sick. From across the world they have come, following a memory passed down through generations, a memory that began in 1858 when a sickly miller's daughter named Bernadette Suberus claimed she saw a lady dressed in white, shining with a light unkindled by sun or fire, standing within the niche at Massabielle. She was 14, unlettered and considered simple, yet she held to her story through interrogations, ridicule and ecclesial scrutiny. The lady appeared to her 18 times, always in the same spot, always silent until one day she spoke. "I am the Immaculate Conception." A phrase beyond Bernadette's comprehension, yet one the Church had recently enshrined as dogma. That the words came from a peasant girl in a backwater town gave them, paradoxically, a weight impossible to fabricate. Soon pilgrims arrived, then the sick, then the hopeful, and the trickle became a flood. A spring emerged where Bernadette was told to dig, and its waters became the centre of one of the most visited Marian shrines on earth. But Lourdes was not the beginning, nor would it be the end. Apparitions of the Virgin Mary stretch back into the early centuries of Christianity, though they coalesced into something more formally recognised in the medieval and modern periods. They do not follow the expected script of theological revelation. They do not always favour bishops or scholars. They favour children, shepherds, peasants, those on the edges. They appear in mountains, forests, deserts, always unexpected, and always clothed in silence and light. Perhaps the earliest known instance is a vision claimed by Gregory of Nyssa in the 4th century, describing how his sister Macrina, dying, was comforted by a vision of the Mother of God. But it is in the medieval centuries that Marian apparitions begin to leave indelible marks on geography and history alike. In 1531, on the dry hill of Tepeyac outside Tenochtitlan, An indigenous convert named Juan Diego claimed he was stopped by a lady whose garments shone with the sun, who spoke to him in Nahuatl and who called herself the Mother of the True God. She told him to ask the bishop to build a shrine in her honor. Skeptical, the bishop asked for proof. Juan Diego returned with his tilma, a rough cloak filled with roses that had bloomed out of season. When he opened it, the image of the lady was said to have been imprinted on the fabric. That image, Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, still hangs in the basilica that bears her name, visited by millions each year. The tilma has survived fire, flood, and time. Scientists have examined it, skeptics have dismissed it, yet the image endures, unaged, unpainted, refusing categorization. To the people of Mexico and beyond, she is not simply an apparition. She is a mother, a patroness, a face of mercy. Over centuries the pattern repeated. In 1871, in the village of Pont-Main, France, 4 children saw a silent lady above the barn, clothed in a blue gown and covered in stars. She bore a message of peace at a time when France teetered on the edge of collapse. In 1932, 5 children in Beauraing, Belgium saw a woman surrounded by golden light who asked them to pray. In 1933 in Banneux, a young girl named Mariette Becot saw a lady who called herself the Virgin of the Poor. She appeared 8 times, always with gentleness, always affirming the dignity of the forgotten. But it was Fatima that echoed loudest across the modern world. In 1917, in the hills of Portugal, 3 shepherd children, Lucia, Francisco, and Jacinta, claimed they were visited by a woman brighter than the sun. She appeared 6 times over the course of several months. She spoke of repentance, of prayer, of the need for consecration. She showed them visions of suffering, of war, of hell, and on her final appearance before a crowd estimated at 70,000, the sun itself was said to have danced. Rain had soaked the hillside that morning. Then the clouds broke. Witnesses spoke of the sun spinning, pulsing with colour, plunging toward the earth before returning to its place. Clothes were dried instantly. Photographs were inconclusive. Newspapers covered it with a blend of awe and disbelief. The miracle of the sun became one of the most widely reported supernatural events of the 20th century. The children, interrogated by clergy, officials, and skeptics, never wavered. Lucia would live to old age and become a nun. Francisco and Jacinta died young, both victims of the influenza epidemic. In time, they were canonized. What then are these visions? Are they glimpses of divine intervention, echoes of something beyond, psychological phenomena, social catalysts? The Church walks a narrow path. Of the hundreds of claimed Marian apparitions, only a few have been deemed worthy of belief by the Vatican. The standard is not infallible endorsement, but rather recognition that nothing within the apparition contradicts doctrine, that it bears spiritual fruit, and that it cannot be explained through natural means or deception. Lourdes, Fatima, Guadalupe, and a few others have met that bar. Many more remain under consideration. Some have been gently discouraged, others outright rejected, yet belief persists, grows even. Some psychologists point to collective suggestibility, to the powerful role of religious imagery in shaping experience. They note that most visionaries are young, female, devout, that the apparitions often occur during periods of societal stress, that the messages, while transcendent in tone, often echo the concerns of their time: war, famine, unbelief. They suggest these visions are projections of subconscious yearning, clothed in the forms most sacred to the visionaries. And yet, the consistency of certain details defies easy dismissal. Across cultures and centuries, the woman is almost always clothed in light. She is serene, motherly, bearing a sorrow that feels both ancient and immediate. She often stands on a cloud or a crescent moon. Sometimes she speaks, often she remains silent. children see her most clearly. Adults doubt, then come to believe, and in her presence the ordinary world feels thinner, as though heaven presses close. Even the skeptics must wrestle with the aftermath. Lourdes has seen thousands of reported healings, of which dozens have been declared medically inexplicable. Fatima reshaped Portuguese Catholicism and became a geopolitical touchstone during the Cold War. Guadalupe became a unifying emblem for a post-conquest people. Pilgrimage routes sprung up like veins across Europe and the Americas, drawing not only the faithful but the curious, the ill, the grieving. Sociologists speak of these sites as centers of communal meaning-making, places where personal suffering is transmuted into collective hope. But the pilgrims themselves rarely use such language. They come because something happened. Something continues to happen. In the flicker of candlelight, in the rhythm of a rosary, they glimpse something more enduring than doubt. There are lesser-known stories too. In 1981, in the village of Kibeho, Rwanda, schoolgirls claimed to see the Virgin Mary. They said she wept. She warned of violence, of a coming river of blood. The visions lasted years. Church authorities hesitated. Then, in 1994, the genocide came. Over 800,000 murdered in weeks. Afterward, survivors remembered Kibeho and wondered if the warning had been missed. In Medjugorje, Bosnia-Herzegovina, beginning in 1981, 6 children claimed to see a radiant woman who brought messages of peace, fasting, prayer. The visions continue to this day, drawing millions. The Vatican remains cautious, but sends emissaries to oversee pastoral care. The phenomenon shows no sign of fading. There are patterns, but no formulas. Each apparition is rooted in a place, a culture, a time, and yet transcends them. They speak to something archetypal, the maternal face of the divine, the longing for comfort, the mystery of sorrow made luminous. What they leave behind is harder to define. Churches, yes, pilgrimage routes, miracle claims, but also a sense that history is not closed, that the sacred has not receded entirely, that now and then the veil lifts, and that when it does, it often takes the shape of a woman in light, standing not in palaces but in fields, on hillsides, beside streams, not to the powerful, but to the poor. Even now, in the silence of pre-dawn Lourdes, someone waits before the grotto. A candle flickers. The water runs cold and clear. Somewhere nearby, a child murmurs a prayer. The light catches her face, and for a moment, just a moment, the stone seems to glow. And the question remains, what do we see when we see her? A vision born of faith? A grace undeserved? Or something deeper still? Something older, watching across centuries, arriving without warning and departing without trace, save the footprints left behind by those who believed. In the suffocating hush just before noon on Golgotha, a hill of rough limestone outside Jerusalem where execution stakes rose like splinters against a pitiless sky, 3 condemned men hung suspended between earth and judgment. Dust demons spun at their feet. Carrion birds wheeled overhead, tracing patient circles. Among the onlookers were Roman legionaries, veterans of skirmishes from Antioch to the sanguine marshlands of the Danube, accustomed to death, yet still pricked by August heat and the restless murmur of a local crowd. To them, crucifixion was a ritual of state, efficient, public, slow. A final stab sped the inevitable, ensuring bodies did not linger after sunset, but it served too as punctuation, imperial authority inscribing its will upon flesh. One lance in particular, an infantry pilum modified with a leaf-shaped head, was carried by a centurion whose name would not travel far in Roman annals, but would ignite centuries of rumour. Gospel writers would know him only in fragments, a soldier who, seeing the breath slip from the Nazarene's lips, declared, truly, this was the Son of God, and with practiced motion thrust iron through a ribcage into the pericardial sac. Blood and water flowed down the shaft, pooling at the soldier's wrist. In that moment, a tool of execution became, for witnesses both covert and recorded, a relic of cosmic intersection, steel meeting divinity, empire colliding with eschaton. The spear vanished from scripture after that thrust, subsumed by the rolling thunder of resurrection narratives. Yet in the generations that followed, whispers attached themselves to the weapon, that its iron held a charge of power, that those who possessed it could bend kingdoms, that whoever lost it would forfeit life within the day. Such claims migrated along trade roads and pilgrim routes, grafted onto relic lists, embroidered by monks who reconciled Rome's brutality with providential design. Legend named the centurion Longinus, a partial borrowing from Greek for spearhead, and gave him sight restored or sins absolved, as though contact with the pierced Messiah rewrote his marrow. By the 4th century, when Constantine the Great looked skyward before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge and saw a chi row in swirling cloud, the empire itself was shifting from persecutor to patron. Helena, the emperor's mother, wandered Jerusalem in quest of holy tokens, fragments of the true cross, nails from the crucifixion, soil from Gethsemane. Some later chroniclers would claim she found the spear too, secreted beneath a temple of Venus, though Eusebius, closest to the era, makes no mention. Whether or not Helena carried iron back to Byzantium, the seed of association was planted. The spear belonged not in provincial Judea, but at the nerve center of Christian power. Byzantine records in the 6th century describe a lancea domini kept in the Basilica of Hagia Sophia, brandished during sieges to fortify morale. Chronicler Cassiodorus, writing from distant Ravenna, noted that among the sacred armaments of the East, the point of divine penetration is housed. Pilgrims claimed to see 2 relics, one the wooden shaft, worm, eaten yet aromatic with myrrh, the other an iron tip mounted on gem, encrusted handle. Whether these halves were once whole, no one proved. In an age when relics multiplied, authenticity yielded to symbolic plenitude, multiple nails of crucifixion, overlapping foreskins of the Nativity, entire forests' worth of cross fragments. The spear joined that choir, its identity diffused across competing claimants. Yet one lineage of possession would dominate Western imagination. Around 570 CE, a Gaulish bishop visiting Jerusalem wrote of a spear point held in the Basilica of Zion. A century later, Arculf the Frank recorded in his pilgrimage journal that the spear had moved to Constantinople, and by the time of Charlemagne, rumour held that the Frankish court itself housed the Iron of Destiny, bestowed by Pope Leo III as both relic and legitimizing scepter. Einhard, in his Vita Caroli, skirts the issue but notes Charlemagne's fascination with apostolic trophies, chains of Peter, hair of John the Baptist, the seamless robe of Christ, and, some said, the spear that had tasted incarnate blood. Whether or not the Carolingian monarch actually bore the spear into Lombard campaigns, the legend grafted itself onto his memory. The spear became a Frankish counterpart to the Byzantine tip. 2 halves of a power no single empire should monopolize. As Carolingian authority splintered, successor kings clung to whatever relic validated their patchwork thrones. Otto I the Great, first Saxon emperor of the renewed Holy Roman Empire, claimed the spear's custody in the 10th century, enwreathing coronation liturgies with the aura of Golgotha. An inventory from 1105 lists a lancea et clavos, the spear with nail fragments, in the imperial treasury at Bamberg. There it remained as regalia, passed from Ottonian to Salian to Hohenstaufen hands, each emperor gripping the relic during investiture as though channeling the fuse of heaven through iron. Medieval theologians wrestled with implications, If the spear killed Christ, was it a weapon of dread or a conduit of grace? Some argued that by turning pain into salvation, the instrument itself became sanctified, a paradox of blessed violence. Bernard of Clairvaux wrote that God's mercy trickled through the spear's wound, irrigating earth beneath the cross. Others warned of presumption. To wield the lance without faith invited retribution proportionate to crucifixion's cost. Chroniclers, keen on pattern, began noting emperors' fates relative to their custody of the spear. Henry IV, excommunicated and humiliated at Canossa, had once misplaced the relic en route to Saxony. Frederick II, though victor of diplomacy, died excommunicate, the spear in Sicilian vaults, but his soul in papal balance. During the Crusades, the spear's legends multiplied in Levant dust. At besieged Antioch in 1098, a Provençal peasant named Peter Bartholomew claimed to discover the Holy Lance buried beneath the cathedral floor, guided by visions of Saint Andrew. His revelation galvanized starving crusaders, who stormed out against a numerically superior Muslim force and seized victory. The authenticity of Bartholomew's lance, borne by saints in dream, spurned by skeptics, split crusader ranks. To some it was divine intervention, to others a relic artificially conjured to stiffen morale. Bartholomew's subsequent trial by fire ended in mortal burns, yet the Antioch spear remained venerated by Eastern Christians for centuries. Europe now reckoned multiple lances. Constantinople's point, Germany's nail, bound shaft, Antioch's hidden blade. The Western spear continued its circuit. Charles IV moved it to Prague in the 14th century. Sigismund carried it into Hungary, where Hussite swords tested its virtue. Eventually it settled in the Habsburg treasury of Vienna, sheathed in gold filigree, its iron core bound by a silver band inscribed with Latin plea, "Nail of our Lord." Renaissance humanists studied it alongside cameos and intaglios, weighing hagiography against numismatic evidence. Some measured the iron's composition, noting admixtures consistent with Roman armaments. Others pointed to the silver band, a later addition by Charles IV, as proof of medieval tampering. Doubt bred scholarship. Scholarship bred further doubt, but the artifact's charisma did not wane. By the 19th century, nationalism chased relics as fiercely as faith once had. Napoleon, amid his meteoric ascent, requested access to Vienna's imperial regalia after Austerlitz, gazing at the spear behind glass but electing not to seize it. Perhaps wary of seeming too ensnared by superstition, perhaps calculating political optics. He left it in Austrian hands, yet rumours persisted that he regretted the choice, that his Waterloo came from forfeiting destiny's point. In 1912, as empires teetered on the brink of mechanized war, a young Viennese art student named Adolf Hitler visited the Hofburg treasury. Years later, in the prison confessional of Mein Kampf, he recalled standing before the lance transfixed, feeling in its rusted contours a summons to grand vocation. Whether the memory confabulated hindsight or genuine epiphany, the relic had snared another claimant. When Nazi armies annexed Austria in 1938, Hitler ordered the spear relocated to Nuremberg, city of imperial diets and now of rallies, embedding his regime in a mythic continuum from Charlemagne to Third Reich. Allied bombs later cracked Nuremberg's stone, but US troops racing to secure looted art retrieved the lance from a bunker minutes before fall of day. Hitler, by then bunker-bound in Berlin, would be dead within 24 hours. Confirmation to some that loss of the spear sealed his fate, though arsenic beliefs had far more to do with tungsten shells and Soviet artillery. Scientific tests in 2003 on the Hofburg lance, a returnee to Vienna, dated the core iron to the 7th century, post-Constantinian by 300 years. Electron microscopy revealed cracks from ceremonial handling, not battlefield trauma. metallurgical signature matched Frankish forges more than Roman. Yet, embedded within its cross rivet lay a thin iron pin, chemically distinct, possibly earlier, perhaps even of 1st century provenance, though contamination blurred precision. Thus the possibility remained suspended, a legitimate Roman nail housed in medieval housing, transformed by layers of devotional artifice. Authenticity fractures into strata, original adaptation interpretation, each era grafting its need onto mute metal. But myth, like covenant, rarely rests in carbon dates. The spear persists in the imagination because it dramatizes a question deeper than provenance. Does power derive from relic or belief? Empires that clutched the war, damp shaft still rose and fell to humbler forces. Weather, plague, fiscal rot. Charlemagne's realm fragmented into feudal patchwork. Otto's heirs quarrelled into elective monarchy. Hitler's 1,000-year boast collapsed in 12. Yet across each upheaval, the spear offered a mirror. Rulers saw what they desired, divine endorsement, inevitable victory, and shaped policy accordingly, sometimes to glory, more often to ruin. In theological counterpoint, saints and scholars insisted the spear's true potency was inverted, not in conquest but in surrender, not in empire but in pierced flesh that refused retaliation. Medieval mystics meditated on Christ's side as womb of sacrament, blood and water birthing church. For them, the lance signified kenosis, emptiness poured out love. To carry it as weapon was to misread the wound. Only those willing to be wounded by love could wield its blessing. Power, stripped of cruciform humility, reverts to curse. Thus legend layered caution upon ambition. The same artifact that promised triumph also whispered doom. Charlemagne, says one tale, dropped the spear while crossing a stream and nearly drowned. Another insists he died within 6 days of losing it to a thief. Henry II lent it to a favourite baron, who fell in battle shortly after. In each anecdote, the spear's loyalty is conditional. Tethered to righteousness, none maintain indefinitely. It is Grail and Gorgon in one, life to the pure, bane to the proud. In the present century, the spear of destiny remains behind bullet. Proof glass, lit by fibre optics, catalogued and photographed in gigapixel detail. Pilgrims line quietly, headphones murmuring guided narration. 7th century iron, 8th century silver band, later gold sleeve, possible nail of crucifixion. Some press palms to glass, lips moving. Others snap photos for digital feeds. Curators speak of conservation angles, humidity metrics, the challenge of stabilizing chloride corrosion. Outside, in cafe chatter and online forums, speculation blooms anew. Could the real spear still lie in Rome, or Armenia, or beneath Jerusalem's Dome of the Rock? Could Antioch's lance, hidden by monks during Ottoman sieges, await rediscovery? The pattern endures, multiplicity of relics reflecting multiplicity of yearnings. And in a world where drones eclipse cavalry and quantum encryption supplants wax seals, why do we still glance backward to iron forged for legionaries? Perhaps because the spear threads together two hungers rarely reconciled, for tactile certainty of the holy, and for narrative coherence amid chaos. It makes invisible providence visible, compressing divine intersection with human politics into a single artifact one can measure, weigh, display. Even disbelief bends to its orbit, for skepticism requires the spear's myth to negate. The relic functions as cultural memory, recording ambitions of every age that coveted it, a hardened palimpsest of desire. Will its riddle ever resolve? If future isotope analysis isolates Galilean trace elements or pollen residues from 1st century Judea, faith may claim vindication, yet critics will cite medieval contamination, transfer, mishandling. The spear, like history itself, offers no final concord, only strata of interpretation. Its destiny may be not to grant certainty, but to expose the circuitry of belief. how power seeks sacral legitimation, how objects become vessels for hope or dread, how wounds, literal and communal, demand meaning, and so the spear of destiny abides, point dulled by centuries, edges guarded by alarms, yet keener than ever in the stories men stab into each other's futures. Empires may no longer hinge on its custody, but imagination does. In boardrooms and pulpits, in novels and films, its silhouette glints, a reminder that somewhere between Golgotha's dust and glass cases of Vienna, between empire's reach and martyr's cry, the line dividing sacred from profane remains as sharp and as perilous as any blade of Roman steel. The barren cliffs west of the Dead Sea rise like torn parchment, their pale flanks cracked by wadis that funnel winter rain into salt, white flats below. In summer, the air here is weightless with heat. Stones blister, lizards desiccate in mid-stride, and the silence seems older than speech. Yet it was in this desolation, among the caves, scarring the marl terraces above the ruins of Qumran, that shepherds searching for a lost goat in 1947 shattered a clay jar and loosed a storm of words that had slept for 2,000 years. Out spilled brittle scrolls of leather and papyrus, wound tight, ink faded yet legible in lamplight. Within months, the scramble for antiquities, the birth of a new nation, and the rivalry of scholars converged around those fragments. They came to be called the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they promised to redraw the margins of biblical history. Scholars catalogued hymns, legal codes, apocalyptic visions, and commentaries on prophets. But amid that welter of voices, one thread kept returning like a half-remembered melody, cryptic references to a figure known only as the Moreh Ha-Tzedek, the teacher of righteousness, in columns of slanted Hebrew penned by sectarians whose self-designation was the Yahad, or the community. This teacher appeared as founder, lawgiver, rebuker of kings, interpreter of mysteries. Set in stark contrast to him was an antagonist called the Kohen Ha, Resha, the wicked priest, sometimes also the man of the lie, a usurper who persecuted the teacher, polluted the temple, and met divine judgment. These epithets shimmered without proper names, suspended between allusion and invective. Who, modern readers asked, lay behind the mask? And why had his story been interred in desert silence while another movement, centered on a Galilean healer, rose to transform the world? To approach those questions, one must first descend to the ruins themselves. Qumran clings to a terrace 70 meters above the mineral mirror of the Dead Sea. Excavations beginning in 1951 revealed a complex of scriptoriums, cisterns, pottery kilns, and communal halls, all scorched by Roman fire around 68 CE, plaster-lined ritual baths, or mikvot, stepped downward like inverted ziggurats, evidence of an obsession with purity. Pottery types and radiocarbon samples date occupation from roughly 140 BCE to the war that toppled Jerusalem. Manuscripts hidden in adjoining caves span the same centuries, suggesting continuity of habit even as regimes changed overhead. Ancient writers offer three broad labels for second: Temple Judea's sects, Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes. Josephus depicts the Essenes as celibate communitarians living in the desert, renouncing wealth, immersing daily, and studying ancestral books. Philo echoes the portrait. Pliny locates them on the western shore of the asphaltite sea far from the crowds, which fits Qumran's coordinates. Most scholars therefore call the Qumran group Essenes, yet none of the scrolls use that Greek loanword. Instead, they speak of the sons of light, the poor of spirit, the community of the last days. Their founder they call simply the teacher of righteousness. His voice survives indirectly, embedded in commentaries known as Pesharim. In these, An ancient prophetic text, Habakkuk, Nahum, or the Psalms, is quoted line by line, each verse followed by interpretation unveiling its hidden sense for the community's time. Thus, Habakkuk's righteous shall live by faith becomes code for those who do the law in the house which the teacher of righteousness established. Another passage describes how God made known to the teacher all the mysteries of his servants the prophets, yet the teacher himself never speaks in first person. His disciples remember him, honor him, and recount his persecution by the wicked priest who pursued the teacher to the place of his exile at the time appointed for rest on the Day of Atonement. Such detail invites identification. If the teacher faced hostile priests and fled into wilderness around the mid-2nd century BCE, candidates multiply. Some scholars point to Onias III, righteous high priest ousted by the Hellenizing zeal of Antiochus IV and murdered at Daphne. Onias's supporters indeed fled to Egypt and built a rival temple. Others nominate a later figure, the legitimate Zadokite high, priestly line displaced by Jonathan Maccabeus around 152 BCE. Jonathan, once a guerrilla hero, accepted Seleucid appointment and donned the ephod in Jerusalem, an act some pious observers considered illegitimate. Could Jonathan be the wicked priest and the dispossessed Zadokite his teacherly victim? The timeline aligns. The denunciations of temple impurity fit a mood of post-Maccabean disenchantment, yet still others see the teacher living nearer the 1st century. The Damascus document, copied both at Qumran and in the Cairo Geniza, notes that God raised for them a teacher of righteousness 20 years after the planting, referencing perhaps the community's origin under King Demetrius II, 147 BCE, but also echoing numerological motifs of later apocalypses. A few scholars once speculated that the teacher might be the same as the mysterious righteous one martyred in the Wisdom of Solomon, a text possibly contemporary with Jesus. Were that the case, the wicked priest could be a Herodian, or a high, priestly Sadducee allied with Rome. Into this scholarly ferment step parallels to Jesus. Like the teacher, Jesus interpreted scripture with revelatory authority, called followers to a purer praxis, and clashed with Jerusalem's priesthood. Both emphasized an imminent divine judgment. The teacher expected a cosmic war in which the sons of light would rout the Kittim, often read as Romans, while Jesus preached a kingdom arriving like seed in soil. The Habakkuk Pesha speaks of the teacher's suffering and vindication, echoes, some argued, of passion and resurrection. The community shared meals of bread and wine in anticipation of messianic banquet. Could Jesus have studied among them, or did he stand in rivalry, another claimant of righteous teaching in an era thick with eschatological ferment? Most scholars resist equating them. Chronology, linguistic nuance, and halakhic contrasts argue separate identities. The community adhered rigorously to solar calendar observance, replacing Jerusalem's lunar scheme. Jesus did not. Qumran awaited two messiahs, one priestly, one royal, whereas Christian sources fuse both roles in a single figure. Yet the intellectual proximity is undeniable. Both movements mined Isaiah and Daniel, both baptized in wilderness rivers, both critiqued temple politics. They are siblings of the same epoch, sharing prophetic DNA even if not direct blood. Why then did the community hide its scrolls? Roman legions under Vespasian swept through Judean desert strongholds between 67 and 68 CE on Essene settlements, including those near Encoded, were razed. Refugees likely stuffed prized manuscripts into jars, stowed them in crevices, and perhaps perished during the siege of Masada. The teacher's story, already a century old, was buried alongside commentaries that cast contemporary oppressors, Hasmonean, Herodian, Roman, as iterations of the primordial wicked priest. Time turned parchment brittle, sand sealed secrets, new faiths rose. Meanwhile, the teacher's memory faded from living speech, but lingered in coded echoes within later texts. Rabbinic tradition records disciples of a certain Antigonus of Socco who refused to serve God for reward, drifting into sectarianism. Early church fathers mention the Ebionites, Jewish Christians observing strict law, rejecting temple compromise, whose founder some conflated with Oseans, perhaps garbling Essenes. These half-remembered currents suggest that the teacher's lineage, though suppressed, bled into multiple dissenting streams. When the scrolls emerged in the 20th century, the modern church felt tremors. Here was a Jewish sect awaiting two messiahs, sharing goods in common, baptizing daily, reading prophetic midrash, not unlike the Acts community. Protestant scholars eager to locate Jesus within Jewish piety rather than against it, highlighted convergence. Catholic voices, cautious at first, eventually embraced the scrolls as illumination of gospel context. Yet the teacher himself remained a thorn, too early to be Christ, too late to be Nehemiah, yet too magnetic to ignore. The debate grew fiercest over the phrase More ha-tzedek. More, teacher, but also early rain, the nourishing downpour that seeds righteousness. Tzedek, righteousness, justice, covenant loyalty. In Isaiah, righteous remnant themes mingle with messianic hope. In Psalms, the righteous sufferer pleads for vindication. The Qumran, teacher, embodying these motifs, functions as both expositor of hidden law and suffering exemplar. His community's self, perception as New Israel, mirrors the early church's self, understanding. Yet crucially, the scrolls portray the teacher as mortal. He decays, perhaps gathered in peace before the final battle, leaving his interpretations as legacy. There is no resurrection narrative. The teacher is prophet, not incarnate word. Identification of the wicked priest has followed politics of each generation. In the 1950s, Israeli scholar Yigael Yadin championed Jonathan Maccabeus, reflecting nascent Israel's caution toward Hellenistic assimilation. British historian Frank Cross favoured Alexander Jannaeus, whose bloody reprisals against Pharisees fit a tyrannical archetype. In the aftermath of Watergate, some American writers compared the wicked priest to corrupt modern leaders, reading the scrolls as perpetual indictment of power. Each proposal projects contemporary struggles onto ancient silhouettes, a testament to the text's elastic potency. Yet beyond academic joust lies a quieter wonder that an obscure desert teacher's quarrel with a priest could survive at all, insulated by clay jars, to speak anew. The teacher's voice, though second-hand, is startlingly intimate. In the Thanksgiving hymns he prays, "I belong to the company of worms, yet you have placed me beside princes." He confesses unworthiness, exults in revealed mysteries, laments betrayal. The wicked priest, conversely, is sketched in bitter strokes, greedy for wealth, drunken, violating sacred times. But even he eludes caricature, some passages intimate that he was once righteous, then fell, suggesting a tragic arc. Why was the teacher's story buried? Most simply because Rome burned his community and they hid what remained. But symbolically, because history often crowns victors. The teacher lost, the wicked priest, at least momentarily, ruled temple courts. After 70 CE, both perished beneath larger cataclysms. Rabbinic Judaism emerged under Yohanan ben Zakkai, relocating holiness from altar to study hall. Christianity crystallized around a different executed righteous one, whose followers claimed resurrection. The teacher's scrolls, lacking empire or church to promulgate them, drifted into dust. Yet now, recovered, they remind us that the age of Jesus was thick with rival hopes. Messiahs multiplied. Judas of Galilee, Athronges the shepherd king, Theudas who promised to part Jordan. Each lived gathered disciples, met Roman steel. What distinguished Jesus' memory, resurrection faith, universal mission, owed as much to posthumous witness as to his life. Had Qumran's teacher inspired a Paul, like Herald, The world's liturgy might pivot on his name instead. Still, the teacher's hidden afterlife persists. In modern Israel, secular kibbutzim echo his communal ethos. Their founders in the 1940s read the Manual of Discipline and nodded. Christian monastics, from Sinai to Spencer, Massachusetts, hear in his rule an ancestor of their own. Liberation theologians cite his condemnation of greedy priests. Mystics pore over his hymns, finding early stirrings of Kabbalistic sephirot. Even pop, culture thrillers cast him as coded mentor of Jesus, merging narratives into marketable intrigue. And if one stands today at Qumran at dusk, when rock, salt and sky blend into desaturated slate, it is easy to imagine the teacher's silhouette pacing the watchtower, scanning for pilgrims. Nearby, a scribe in the scriptorium copies Habakkuk, pausing after each verse to dip reed in ink and jot the teacher's insight on divine justice. In the refectory, novices chant Psalm 37 in archaic cadence. The Dead Sea darkens, mirror to evening stars. Across the water, the fortress of Machaerus smoulders in last sun, where another desert preacher, John, some decades later, will decry a different wicked ruler. The air vibrates with expectancy, no less palpable now than then. In the end, the teacher remains a riddle inscribed on parchment, a man of penitential desert, shaping law, rebuking priest, glimpsing an apocalypse that came sooner than he thought, yet differently than he dreamed. His story, buried for 2,000 years, forces modern eyes to widen. Christianity's rise was not lone lightning in a clear sky, but one flash amid many, each illuminating jagged contours of a people yearning for God's reign. The teacher's spark was swallowed by sand. Jesus ignited empire. Yet without the teacher's paved expectations, the critique of priesthood, the covenantal community, the hope of righteous sufferer vindicated, perhaps Jesus' fire would have found no tinder. Thus, the Dead Sea Scrolls, in restoring the teacher's voice, restore context. They do not dethrone faith, but deepen it, showing how radical and perilous was the wager of righteousness in an age of swords. They warn that wicked priests still rise, that teachers still retreat to wilderness, that revelation often hides among the marginalized until stones themselves cry out. And they whisper that history is never finished. Jars remain sealed in cave or archive, awaiting the next shepherd's throw. When they break, may we have ears to hear not only answers, but the questions beneath them. Questions the teacher asked, the wicked priest feared, and the desert, in its echoing stillness, preserves. A pale dusk settles over the valley of the Lycus River in western Anatolia, and with it comes a hush that lies over half. Buried colonnades, shattered bathhouses, and the vine-choked outline of a long, ruined stadium. Marble blocks still bear the tool marks of masons who laboured under Roman eagles. Mosaic tiles shimmer when the slanting light grazes their glassy surfaces. The faint perfume of wild thyme rides the breeze that sweeps down from the Phrygian hills. 2,000 years ago, this was Laodicea. Laodicea on the Lycus, an opulent banking hub, a textile powerhouse famed for its glossy black wool, a city confident enough in its own wealth to refuse imperial disaster relief after the earthquake of AD 60 and rebuild itself with private funds. Amid its colonnaded streets and marble temples, a young Christian congregation once gathered, in house churches, in renovated storerooms, perhaps even in an upper room workshop where looms clacked by day and scriptures were read by lamplight after dusk. To that flock, sometime in the late 50s or early 60s, the Apostle Paul sent greetings in a letter now lost to history, but tantalizingly noted in another canonical epistle. When this letter has been read among you, Paul writes to the believers in Colossae, a sister town just 10 miles upstream, have it read also in the church of the Laodiceans, and see that you read also the letter from Laodicea. Those lines in Colossians 4:16 are at once ordinary and electric. Ordinary because ancient letter writers often dispatch circular correspondence, expecting communities to make copies and pass originals along. Electric because the second instruction dangles like an unfinished chord. See that you read also the letter from Laodicea. The Greek phrase is ambiguous. Ten ek Laodikaias, the letter out of or coming from Laodicea. Was this a missive Paul had earlier sent to Laodicea and now wanted forwarded in the opposite direction? Or was it a new epistle that would soon depart the city and find its way to Colossae? However, one passes the preposition, the effect is the same. Somewhere, once, there existed a Pauline text addressed to or circulating through Laodicea, and modern readers do not possess it. Across 19 centuries, commentators have wondered about its contents. Did it repeat themes from Galatians, hammering the sufficiency of faith over Torah observance? Did it expand the cosmic Christ, hymn of Colossians, describing principalities and powers subdued beneath the exalted sun? Did it warn Laodicea, already rich, already poised on the brink of complacency, to humble itself before the Lord of glory? We cannot know, yet the question has never quite faded. Like a half-remembered melody, the lost letter haunts scholarly imagination, inviting reconstructions, provoking theories, occasionally spawning pious frauds. The earliest church fathers kept the mystery alive. In the late 2nd century, Irenaeus of Lyons listed Paul's letters and did not mention one to Laodicea, suggesting it was already missing or deemed non-Pauline. A century later, Origen acknowledged 13 Pauline epistles, again with no Laodicean entry. When Eusebius of Caesarea compiled his ecclesiastical history around AD 325, he too accepted 13 letters, expressing doubt only about Hebrews. The silence implies that by the time the canon crystallized, no recognized letter of Paul to Laodicea was circulating, at least not under that title. Yet in the provincial dioceses of Western Europe, another text began to surface, a short Latin letter called the Epistola ad Laodicenses. It praised faith in Christ, urged steadfastness, echoed phrases from Philippians and Galatians, and carried Paul's name. Medieval manuscripts copied it beside Philemon. Some early Vulgate Bibles tucked it between Colossians and 1 Thessalonians. Alcuin of York included it in his 9th century Pauline corpus. Luther translated it into German, but printed a sober warning that he considered it a patchwork forgery, a vain and silly thing composed from other letters of St. Paul. Modern philology agrees. The Latin style is rough, the theology bland, the dependence on canonical phrases too obvious. Most critics date it to the 4th century, forged perhaps to fill the canonical gap noted in Colossians. It scratches an itch but lacks the spark of genuine voice. Today, academic consensus leaves it on the apocryphal shelf beside the 3rd letter to the Corinthians and the correspondence with Seneca. If the Latin forgery is dismissed, 2 larger possibilities remain. The first is simple loss. Ancient papyrus decays quickly in humid climates, and Asia Minor's valleys are neither desert, dry like Egypt nor library, rich like Rome. Earthquakes toppled Laodicean porticos, Saracen raids burned archives, medieval lime kilns pulverized marble and manuscripts alike. A roll of papyrus or a stack of parchment, once mislaid in a merchant's chest or devoured by bookworms in a bishop's attic, could slip forever into oblivion. Indeed, of the hundreds of letters early Christians must have exchanged, only a fraction survive. Paul laments missing letters in his own corpus. An earlier note to Corinth, a tearful letter, neither extant. The Laodicean epistle may be one more casualty of chance, shredded and composted long before copyists could duplicate it. Loss alone, however, does not satisfy every historian. Laodicea formed a city cluster with Colossae and Hierapolis, All three churches fell under the pastoral care of Epaphras, Paul's delegate. It seems odd that Colossians survived while a sister letter vanished without a trace. No quotation, no allusion, no memory beyond Colossians 4:16. Hence, a second hypothesis arose. Perhaps the missing letter endures under another name. The leading candidate is the letter we call Ephesians. Although addressed to the saints who are in Ephesus, the earliest manuscripts omit the phrase "in Ephesus," leaving a blank space after "to the saints who are." Some scholars argue that Ephesians began as a circular letter meant for multiple Asian churches, its address line left open for each destination. When a copy reached Ephesus, that scribe inserted his city's name. Later, copyists followed suit, the broader audience blurred. Since Laodicea was among the largest Asian congregations, Ephesians could be Paul's Laodicean letter in disguise. Internal evidence supports a circular function. Ephesians lacks local greetings, no mention of individuals in Ephesus whom Paul knew well from Acts 19. Instead, it offers grand theological vistas: cosmic reconciliation in Christ, the mystery of Gentile inclusion, the armour of God. Such themes suit a general exhortation. Furthermore, early witness Tertullian complained that Marcion, the 2nd century heretic, titled the letter to the Laodiceans. If Marcion preserved a reading older than our manuscripts, he may hint that Laodicea originally received the text we call Ephesians. Yet difficulties persist. Colossians instructs its readers to obtain the Laodicean letter. If that letter were Ephesians, why did scribes not notice duplicate content? Also, Ephesians and Colossians share large chunks verbatim, suggesting composition within months. Could Paul recycle himself so quickly? Perhaps, or perhaps a later disciple, steeped in Colossians, expanded its theology into a circular treatise decades later. The question remains open, each argument balanced on textual nuances, scribal habits, and the tangled paths of manuscript transmission. Other scholars search for suppression rather than loss. Might the letter have contained teachings later deemed heterodox, pronouncements on women's leadership, visions of cosmic hierarchies, hints of proto-Gnosticism that church leaders buried? Advocates of this view note that by the mid-2nd century, bishops were consolidating authority. Discomfort with dissident voices could lead to selective copying, yet evidence is thin. No patristic writer denounces a Laodicean letter for heresy. The silence surrounding it is total, not polemical. Whatever its fate, the letter's absence lent Laodicea a lingering aura of incompleteness, perhaps even warning. In the Revelation of John, written a generation after Paul, the risen Christ addresses 7 Asian churches. To Laodicea, he delivers the sternest rebuke: "Because you are lukewarm, and neither hot nor cold, I am about to spit you out of my mouth. For you say, I am rich, I have prospered, and I need nothing, not realizing that you are wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked." Was this spiritual complacency already present when Paul wrote, prompting a tailored admonition now lost? Or did his absent counsel contribute to their drift, a missing rudder in turbulent seas of doctrine? Revelation's scathing tone amplifies the sense of something unresolved, an apostolic voice cut off mid-sentence. Modern archaeology circles back to the site itself. Excavations reveal a Christian basilica dating to the 4th century, erected atop earlier domestic structures. Fragments of fresco show apostles standing in procession. One inscription reads, "St. Paul, Pillar of Faith." If Laodiceans once possessed a Pauline autograph, they may have enshrined it here until quake or conquest destroyed it. Elsewhere, a 6th century pilgrim itinerary notes relics housed at Laodicea, though not specifics. The ground swallows its stories. Yet the lost letter's echo persists in liturgy and imagination. Medieval homilists, aware of its absence, urged congregants to practice humility, not inquiry, trusting that Scripture lacked nothing essential. Renaissance humanists, thrilled by manuscript discoveries, hoped the Laodicean letter might surface in a Greek monastery alcove. It never did. Instead, the gap spurred creative retellings, apocryphal dialogues in which Paul scolds Laodicean bankers for usury, Reformation pamphlets claiming the papacy concealed the letter because it undermined indulgences. Today, scholars treat the letter as a thought experiment in canon formation. Its absence highlights how fragile early Christian texts were, dependent on thin lines of transmission, subject to fire, flood, indifference. It invites reflection on which voices survive and why, how theological priorities, geography, and coincidence sculpt Scripture. The canonical New Testament is both treasure and truncation, a library whose missing shelves we glimpse only through footnotes in surviving volumes. Standing amid the tumbled stones of Laodicea at dusk, one feels the poignancy of that incompleteness. Crickets chirr in crevices once shaded by colonnades. The Lycus River flows on, its waters tinted amber by the last light. Somewhere beneath the silted plain may lie papyrus fibres, reduced to dust yet still bearing ghost impressions of ink, the curves of Greek letters that once exhorted a community to hold fast, to exchange letters, to read aloud words now vanished. The roar of commerce that filled these streets has ebbed. Even the church that Revelation chastised faded into memory. All that remains is the question: what counsel did Paul send through Epaphras or Tychicus? What comfort, what caution? Lost, suppressed, or renamed, the letter to the Laodiceans reminds us that history speaks in partial sentences, that absence can be as eloquent as presence, and that faith, scholarship, and curiosity each live with their own lacuna, listening for words carried off by the winds of time. A low stone church stands on the edge of Lanciano's medieval quarter, its walls thick with the patina of centuries, its nave lit by the diffuse glow of oil lamps that flicker against frescoes, long resigned to muted ochres and umbers. There, within a small side chapel behind a screen of polished brass, rests a reliquary that has drawn pilgrims since the 8th century, a crystal-faced monstrance holding what appears to be a fragment of desiccated human myocardium suspended above 5 irregular pellets of coagulated blood. Local tradition maintains that these remnants were once a consecrated host and chalice wine, which in the hands of a Basilian monk, racked by doubt, transubstantiated not only in substance but in sensible form, bread into flesh, wine into blood. The monk, the story goes, collapsed before the altar in fear. The congregation gathered, astonished. Ecclesiastical investigation declared the event a miracle. 1,200 years later, in 1971, pathologist Odoardo Linoli of Arezzo submitted slivers of the relic to modern testing. He reported striated myocardial tissue of a human ventricle, AB positive blood, no preservatives. For countless faithful, this convergence of medieval legend and laboratory analysis substantiates the claim that what appears at Mass as wafer and wine is, at a deeper register, living presence. For skeptics, the gap between anecdote and peer review endures, and the broader history of bleeding hosts prompts another question. Do such marvels whisper of divine intervention, or are they artifacts of pious fraud, communal suggestion, even tragedy reframed as wonder? To explore that question is to trace a thread wound through European consciousness for nearly 1,000 years, from shadowed monasteries of Carolingian Francia to fluorescent hospital labs in 21st century Poland. Reports of Eucharistic bleeding cluster where anxiety about the sacrament spikes, periods of doctrinal dispute, political upheaval, or epidemic fear. The earliest widely attested case arises at Bury St Edmunds in 1196, when a host, accidentally pierced by the knife of a sacristan carving wax seals, allegedly bled onto the altar cloth. Chronicles record that King Richard's treasurer ordered the blood-stained corporals enshrined. Soon pilgrims arrived seeking miracles of their own. A century later, in 1263, a Bohemian priest named Peter of Prague halted his journey at Bolsena, Italy, tormented by the thought that bread could not truly conceal divinity. At the moment of consecration, crimson fluid seeped from the host onto marble tiles. News reached Pope Urban IV in nearby Orvieto. He commissioned Giotto's teacher, Cimabue, to depict the event and instituted Corpus Christi as universal feast, a liturgical shield against skepticism. Miracles of this genre multiplied across late medieval Europe. In 1370, shepherd children in the Umbrian village of Città della Pieve discovered a host hidden in a hedge, bleeding onto leaves. Investigation linked it to a thief who, fearing detection, hid the stolen pyx. In 1453, during factional violence in Turin, a soldier looted a church, stuffed a ciborium under his tunic, and fled. At the city gate, the host escaped his grasp and hovered luminous above rooftops until clergy retrieved it. Even Reformation did not halt reports. If anything, contested confessional boundaries intensified them. Catholic strongholds from Belgium to Bavaria narrated hosts resisting desecration by heretics, bleeding, flying, scorching thieves. Protestant polemicists responded with exposés: wax, filled wafers pierced by heat to simulate blood, pigments of cochineal embedded in bread, even the use of duck's blood by unscrupulous clergy. The battle over sacramental ontology unfolded not only in councils and pamphlets, but at village altars where ordinary worshippers sought reassurance that Christ remained tangibly near. Modernity, with its forensic gaze and technological instrumentation, might have relegated such legends to folklore shelves. Yet 19th and 20th century Europe witnessed renewed claims, now subject to chemical reagent and microscope. In 1846, at Favigny in France, a monstrance allegedly levitated for 33 hours amid church flames. Scorched corporal cloth bore reddish stains later classified by a local physician as blood. In 1920, convent sisters in Offida, Italy, documented a host exuding red fluid. Samples reached university labs in Naples, which declared them type A-B skeptics note the absence of chain, of custody protocols, the ease with which a single drop of human blood could contaminate a sample before analysis. Yet church commissions, while wary of deception, often weigh testimony of reputation and circumstance. Does the community benefit financially? Was the priest known for scrupulosity? Did the phenomenon cease once initial astonishment passed? No modern case has provoked more scrutiny than the series beginning in 1996 in Buenos Aires. A discarded host, retrieved from a church floor and placed in water to dissolve according to protocol, instead bloomed red over days, assuming fibrous texture. Archbishop Jorge Bergoglio, later Pope Francis, authorized photography, and after years of refrigeration blind testing in California. Researchers reported human tissue with white blood cell infiltration, suggesting fresh blood from living heart muscle. Critics counter that biological material left in water can incubate red, pigmented bacteria such as Serratia marcescens, whose colonies mimic blood. Controls were lacking, the sample arrived without forensic seal. Interpreters may have conflated piety with pathology. Nevertheless, for believers, the incident dovetails with Lanciano, Offida, Tixtla in Mexico, 2006, Legnica in Poland, 2013, an accumulating corpus whose improbability, they argue, surpasses coincidence. Behind laboratory debate lies a theological distinction. Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation, codified at Lateran IV, 1215, and Trent, 1551, holds that during consecration, the substance of bread and wine converts into Christ's body and blood, while accidents, taste, colour, weight, remain. A bleeding host thus represents an extraordinary suspension of those accidents. God permits substance to manifest physically, not merely metaphysically, to jolt dull hearts toward faith. The Church labels such events signs, never mandatory for belief, investigating them through diocesan tribunals that weigh spirituality and science. If fraud or natural causation cannot be excluded, no miracle is declared. Yet once approved, relic and narrative enter devotional life. Processions, votive lamps, pilgrim badges. Spiritual economies swirl, trinket sellers, innkeepers, alms boxes, raising inevitable suspicion of profit motive. Canon law attempts to moderate. Publicity must serve catechesis, not commerce. Liturgy remains Christ-centered, not relic-centered. Sociologists studying bleeding, host cults note common factors. Rural settings where medical knowledge is scarce, periods of social stress, war, epidemic, famine, presence of charismatic clergy or visionaries. Miracles function as symbolic resolution of crisis, reasserting divine proximity when institutional structures falter. Anthropologists draw parallels with Buddhist bodhisattva images drinking milk in India, 1995, or crying icons in Orthodoxy, manifest epiphany, answering communal hunger. Yet to reduce all cases to psychosocial projection risks ignoring outliers with rigorous documentation. Lanciano's relic underwent spectroscopy confirming absence of preservatives, protein ratios consistent with myocardial tissue. Skeptics argue contamination from a cadaver heart, yet medieval anatomy lacked means to excise cardiac muscle without massive connective tissue. Still, absence of original custody chain clouds certainty. At Legnica, histopathologists from Wrocław University identified tissue fragments as cardiac muscle in agony, a verdict resembling Buenos Aires. Could devout lab technicians skew interpretation? Double, blind peer review has not been applied. Data remain unpublished in high-impact journals, a caution flag for empirical standards. The possibility of pious fraud cannot be dismissed. Medieval relic traders trafficked in saintly bones. Competition for pilgrims spurred creative hagiography. A parish threatened by schism or plague might unconsciously collude in a marvel. Substitution of wafers, imaginative remembering, silent assent. Once narrative crystallizes, challenge becomes nearly impossible without appearing impious. Even honest misperception, mold-generating red exudate, could, under candlelight, seem sanguine. Modern studies show cognitive bias amplifies ambiguous stimuli within religious settings. However, fraud alone seems insufficient explanation for events separated by continents and centuries, some hidden for decades before revelation. Neither can naturalism fully account. Ceratia lacks fibrous texture of myocardium. Red algae require light unavailable inside locked tabernacles. Desiccated blood retains enzymes detectable even after centuries. The phenomenon sits at epistemic boundary, where laboratory protocol intersects with metaphysical claim. Perhaps the more fertile question is not whether bleeding hosts prove divinity, but why the divine, if active, might choose such visceral sign. Christianity roots salvation in incarnation. Word become flesh, blood poured out. A host bleeding inside liturgy dramatizes that scandal anew. Short, circuiting routinized piety. But the same potential opens to manipulation. The sign can harden boundary lines, casting skeptics as faithless. History shows miracle claims often spark reform. Corpus Christi processions standardized Eucharistic reservation. Bleeding hosts reinforce doctrine against iconoclasts. Yet they also risk eclipsing the subtlety of sacramental theology, turning mystery into spectacle. In the end, Eucharistic miracles remind us that faith traditions carry both memory and desire. memory of a night when bread was called body, wine called blood, desire for reassurance that such words remain more than symbol. Whether one sees Lanciano's relic as divine cardiology or medieval theatre, its endurance across 1,300 years testifies to the human impulse to locate transcendence in matter, to make the invisible bleed where eye can see. The wafer at Mass, undramatic, already claims such marvel. The bleeding host amplifies what theology holds ordinary. Skeptic and believer stand before the monstrance, divided by presupposition, yet united by fascination at the boundary where flesh, blood, and meaning converge. By candle glow in Lanciano's chapel, pilgrims still murmur prayers, scientists still whisper doubts, and the dried heart within glass remains unmoved, continuing its silent homily on presence, perception, and the stubborn, unquenchable thirst to touch the mystery we proclaim. A violet hush lingers over Jerusalem's Christian quarter as the first bell of matins tolls against ancient stone. Pilgrims stir from hostels that cling to the labyrinthine souk, draw shawls tight against the chill, and move, bleary, eyed yet intent, toward a gateway crouched beneath a broken arch of Roman masonry. Above that low entry rise domes, dark as unburnished bronze, pierced by scaffolding and the skeletal outlines of cranes. The air smells of incense, lamp oil, and wet flagstones. Here, on a site revered since the age of Constantine, stands the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a tangle of chapels, stairways, and cavernous gloom said to envelop both Calvary and the tomb in which Jesus of Nazareth lay for 3 days before rising from the dead. Inside, chanting swells like a tide in shadowed bays. Lamps strung on blackened chains flicker crimson against soot-stained walls. Armenian clergy move in solemn file past Coptic monks, half dozing on worn benches. Greek Orthodox deacons swing thuribles that paint sinuous trails of smoke in the weak light, while Franciscan friars kneel beside Ethiopians wrapped in white cotton shama. 6 rival confessions share uneasy custody of this labyrinth, bound by an Ottoman edict so old that even its ink seems weary. A ladder, untouched for 2 centuries, rests on a ledge above the main door, silent witness to quarrels so fierce that removing it could ignite an international incident. Yet beneath the shifting rivalries lies a deeper claim, that somewhere within these walls, beneath layers of Crusader vaulting, Byzantine mosaics, and Constantinian foundations lies the rock, cut tomb lent to Jesus by Joseph of Arimathea, that beneath an onion, domed shrine called the edicule, encased in marble and silver lamps, the limestone bench where his body rested still waits in darkness. Not all are convinced. 2 miles north-west outside the 16th century Damascus Gate, morning light sweeps across a stony hillside, pocked with shallow caves. To some eyes, Gordon's in particular, the Victorian soldier, mystic who popularised the idea, the ridge resembles the face of a skull, sunken sockets, nasal hollow, jagged jaw. At its base lies a quiet garden walled by cypress and bougainvillea. A simple groove once held a rolling stone. A low doorway opens into a hewn chamber whose right hand niche is unfinished, as though its occupant lay there but briefly. Protestant custodians call this place the Garden Tomb. On wooden signs they cite John's Gospel. Now in the place where he was crucified, there was a garden, and in the garden a new sepulchre, and invite visitors to ponder whether this more pastoral setting, free of incense and rival clergy, might be the authentic site of resurrection. Between these 2 poles, one encased in centuries of stone devotion, the other in the hush of olive leaves, stretches a debate that threads archaeology, theology, and longing. Which is the true burial place of Jesus? or have both in different ways become mirrors for the fears and hopes of those who enter them. The claim of the Holy Sepulchre begins with an empress's dream. In AD 326, Helena, mother of Constantine, journeyed to Jerusalem on pilgrimage. Eusebius of Caesarea, chronicler and court bishop, later recorded that she sought out the places where the foot of the Saviour had stood. Guided, tradition says, by local Christians whose memories survived the purges of Hadrian, Helena ordered the demolition of a temple to Venus erected atop a disused quarry. Beneath layers of fill, her workers uncovered 3 crosses and a rock-hewn tomb. Constantine commanded a basilica, the martyrium atrium before the rocky outcrop identified as Golgotha, a colonnaded courtyard, and, at the western end, a rotunda sheltering the grave. Pilgrims flocked, liturgies multiplied, legends thickened, centuries rolled. Persians burned the complex in 614, Heraclius rebuilt, the Fatimids toppled it in 1009, Crusaders imagined it in the heavy language of Romanesque vaults, earthquakes split columns, fires scarred icons, each restoration overlaid new stone upon old, like silt compressing a riverbed, until the site became an architectural palimpsest. Yet through every upheaval, Christians insisted the tomb lay unchanged at the core. In 2016, for 60 hours, modern science touched that core. A consortium led by the National Technical University of Athens, granted rare permission, slid aside the marble cladding of the edicule. Beneath, thin mortar, 12th century graffiti. Beneath that, a second marble slab incised with an engraved cross, likely Crusader. Finally they reached rough limestone, the original burial surface, partly surviving. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed a cavity continuing beneath. Chemical analysis dated fragments of mortar around the rock bench to the mid-4th century, the era of Helena's basilica. The test did not prove whose body had lain there, nor that the tomb belonged to Joseph of Arimathea, but it did anchor in stone and science the memory that early Christians singled this spot out before Crusader or Ottoman or art historian could invent it. Skeptics counter, Helena's identification was hasty, motivated by imperial piety. First century Jerusalem held many tombs. Quarrying in the area complicated topography. The Romans, after suppressing the Bar Kokhba revolt, plotted the city as Aelia Capitolina, erasing Jewish and Christian landmarks. Yet paradoxically, argues archaeologist Dan Bahat, that act of desecration may have preserved the site. A temple atop the quarry inadvertently protected what lay beneath. Still, uncertainty remains. Enter the Garden Tomb. Discovered in 1867 by a team digging cisterns for a Jewish farmer, the tomb lay in what 19th century maps labelled Skull Hill. In 1883, Charles George Gordon, recovering from tropical campaigns, gazed from the balcony of Jerusalem's American colony and discerned a calvarial visage in the cliff. The imagery captivated Protestant imagination. Here was a place outside the city wall, yet near a public road, fitting the gospel clues. Adjacent lay a garden with water cisterns. The tomb itself had a weeping chamber and burial niches consistent with Jewish custom. Most compelling to Victorian sensibilities, the site was unsullied by ritual accretions. A visitor could contemplate the passion narratives without the sensory tumult of the Holy Sepulchre. Excavations, however, complicate the claim. Pottery shards indicate the tomb's earliest use in the 7th or 8th century BC, centuries before Jesus, typically early for the new, unused tomb described by the evangelists. Later, in the Roman era, the area served as a quarry. The skull, like facade, may be erosion. Scholars note that by AD 30, Herod Agrippa's northern wall enclosed the hill within city limits, conflicting with the outside the gate requirement. The Garden Tomb's advocates concede these points, yet point to the intangible resonance pilgrims feel among its pines and benches. a resonance, they suggest, unlikely with a site wholly unrelated. Beyond archaeology lies the question of memory. How does a community remember a tomb when the one buried there is believed to have vacated it? Early Christians venerated places linked to Jesus, Bethlehem's grotto, Nazareth spring, but the empty grave posed a paradox to honour absence. The Gospels mention the women visiting on Easter dawn, the stone rolled away, the linen folded. Thereafter, the narrative accelerates outward: Galilee, Emmaus, the Mount of Olives. By the time pilgrimage area arrived in the 300s and 80s, liturgies at the Holy Sepulchre drew thousands, yet textual silence in preceding centuries leaves historians cautious. And yet, absence fosters possibility. In the dim chamber of the edicule, pilgrims stoop, kiss cool marble, press folded notes into crevices, trace trembling crosses on stone polished by centuries of devotion. Greek priests intone the resurrection hymn, Christos Anesti, its echo snatched into the dome's vast drum. A woman from Kerala weeps. A Colombian seminarian mouths the creed in Spanish. A Nigerian nun holds a smartphone streaming the moment to kin across oceans. For many, the weight of presence transcends forensic certainty. Outside Damascus Gate, at the Garden Tomb, Anglican volunteers serve communion in tiny wooden cups. Birds flit among lemon trees. Korean pilgrims sing Amazing Grace in lilting harmony. An Australian pastor reads John 20 aloud and pauses before the clinching verse, "He is not here, for he is risen." The empty chamber behind him seems to answer with quiet. Both sites, in their contrast, reflect confessional identities. The Holy Sepulchre, ancient, corporeal, communal, layered, mirrors Catholic and Orthodox sacramentality. The Garden Tomb, simple, scriptural, individual, aligns with Protestant emphasis on personal faith. Yet both raise the same inexorable question: how does stone bear witness to an event that by its nature transcends geology? Modernity adds further layers. In 1947, a Jordanian custodian of the Holy Sepulchre discovered a charred wooden lintel during renovations. Carbon-14 testing suggested a date range straddling the 1st century. Headlines proclaimed, "Beam of Christ's tomb." Only later did scholars note that the church had undergone countless repairs. Provenance proved elusive. Meanwhile, in the 1980s, chemical analysis of the Garden Tomb's walls found traces of winepress residue, evidence the chamber was repurposed during the Byzantine period. Supporters argued this implied Christian use. Critics saw mundane re-use. In 2020, amid global pandemic, both sites fell eerily silent. The Holy Sepulchre's doors closed for the first time since the Black Death. The Garden Tomb padlocked its gate. Photos circulated of deserted courtyards, unlit lamps, and unvisited edicule. When doors reopened months later, pilgrims returned in smaller numbers, their masks a reminder that history's weight can shift overnight. Some said the emptiness accentuated the mystery. Stone endures, human presence flickers. What then of certainty? Archaeology leans toward the Holy Sepulchre. Its location fits known 1st century burial practices. A disused quarry outside the city walls of Jesus' day, within walking distance of the execution site, Eusebius, writing scarcely 3 centuries after the events, records continuous local tradition. The 2016 excavation ties the site to Helena's activity. By contrast, the Garden Tomb's Iron Age dating, later urban inclusion, and absence of early Christian inscription weaken its candidacy. Yet to many Protestants, the Garden Tomb offers a space where narrative can breathe without ritual density. Its appeal is existential rather than empirical. Here, the tomb is definitively empty, unclaimed by competing clerics, its silence unburdened by bells. For them, authenticity is spiritual. Some scholars counsel humility. Both sites lie within a few city blocks. The terrain has shifted under siege and reconstruction. If the exact tomb survives, it may yet hide beneath a modern shop or convent wall, its entrance choked by debris. Others note that early Christian veneration often honoured memory over topography. The theology of resurrection does not hinge on GPS. Perhaps the greater truth resides in the tension itself. Stone alone cannot prove the resurrection, nor can doubt erase the enduring force that radiates from these places. They function as loci of convergence, geographic, historical, emotional, where pilgrims confront not only questions of fact, but of meaning. The very debate keeps the event located in the realm of lived human inquiry, resisting relegation to myth. Night closes over Jerusalem. Inside the Holy Sepulchre, a Syrian Orthodox priest extinguishes final candles. Smoke spirals toward the rotunda's dark eye. Beneath marble, the ancient limestone slab cools in silence. Yet outside, on the Mount of Olives, lights glimmer across the valley where another vigil continues. Pilgrims kneeling in Gethsemane, touching the gnarled trunks of olive trees that may remember Roman footsteps. At the garden tomb, guards latch the gate. The Neot Kedemim night, herbs fragrance lingers. Beyond the garden wall, traffic hums along Sultan Suleiman Street. Unconcerned, two tombs, one veiled in incense and ritual, one in quiet blooming light, hold within their stones the unanswerable ache of history. Somewhere beneath strata of lime and memory lies a cavity that once cradled a battered body. Whether that space resides beneath the edicule's collapsing marble, or behind the garden's low doorway, or lies hidden yet elsewhere, may never be resolved. Yet the question continues to draw hearts across continents and centuries, threading together the learned and the lowly, skeptics and saints in a pilgrimage not only across land, but through the layers of belief itself. Until the stones cry out with final certainty, the seeker must choose where to stand, among chanting shadows beneath ancient domes, or in a sunlit garden where birds nest in the lintel and a wooden sign proclaims in many tongues, "He is not here." Perhaps, in the choosing, the pilgrim discovers that the tomb, wherever it lies, is precisely the threshold where certainty ends and faith begins, and that its emptiness, echoing across millennia, is itself the quiet invitation to step into dawn. Twilight lingers over the stony hills of Galilee, and in its fading light the shoreline of the Lake of Gennesaret turns to silver glass. Waves whisper against basalt outcrops where fishermen once moored their boats, and the warm evening breeze carries the faint, resinous scent of pressed olives from terraced groves above. Somewhere along this water's edge, the Gospels tell, Jesus of Nazareth once bent to the ground and traced lines in the dust with his finger, silent marks that crumbled as the wind rose, erased before any eye could fully decipher them. It is the only moment the New Testament records him writing. No parchment sealed with signet rings bear his signature. No scrolls penned in his own hand circulate through the early church. No papyrus fragments retrieved from desert rubbish piles preserve sentences beginning, "I, Jesus, write to you." His teaching reached disciples by spoken word, travel, worn sandals and campfire conversation, then spread outward through the fragile conduits of memory and testimony. Yet already in the 2nd century whispers stirred. The Master may have written more than earth, lines, perhaps letters, perhaps a rule of life, perhaps revelations so potent that enemies suppressed them or friends hid them against profanation. The notion of a missing epistle of Christ has haunted Christian imagination ever since, an eloquent silence at the heart of a faith rooted in the Word made flesh but, apparently, never made ink. To weigh that silence, one must first ask whether Jesus was likely literate at all. Galilee in the 1st century stood at a crossroads of Aramaic village life, and Hellenistic urban culture. Nazareth was small. Archaeology suggests perhaps 200 souls. Yet 6 kilometers over the ridge lay Sepphoris, newly rebuilt by Herod Antipas, gleaming with mosaic floors, Greek theatres, and tax offices, where scribes kept ledgers in both Greek and Hebrew script. In synagogues from Sepphoris to Capernaum, scriptures were read aloud in Hebrew and paraphrased into Aramaic. Scrolls rested in wooden chests behind stone benches. The Gospels portray Jesus reading from Isaiah in Nazareth's synagogue, unrolling the scroll, selecting the passage and pronouncing, "Today this scripture is fulfilled in your hearing." Such an action implies at minimum the ability to decipher Hebrew columns and perhaps fluency in written Aramaic. Scholars debate how common that skill would be for a village tradesman's son, but literacy in scripture among devout laymen was not unknown. If Jesus could read, could he also write? The two skills were linked but not identical. Scribal training demanded costly materials and time, yet itinerant teachers sometimes travelled with wax tablets or dictation aids. When Jesus addresses the rich young ruler in Mark, he lists commandments in order familiar to a student quizzed on written Torah. When he debates Sadducees, he cites Exodus 3:6 with precision that might arise from visual familiarity. Still, the road from literacy to authorship remains long. Writing required access to papyrus or parchment, expensive commodities in rural Galilee, along with reed pens, ink made of carbon soot and gum arabic, and a quiet space to compose. Most itinerant rabbis conveyed halakhic judgments orally. Disciples memorized them through repetition, later codifying traditions in collections like the Mishnah. The default mode of transmission in Jesus' milieu was mouth to ear, not pen to scroll. His own pedagogy, parables of seeds and lamps, aphorisms cast in poetic parallelism, fits mnemonic design, crafted to stick in hearers' minds and survive on human breath. Why then did rumours of a written epistle arise? Partly because the early church treasured apostolic letters as lifelines of authority. Paul's parchments circulated from house church to house church. Peter, James, and John had letters copied by scribes. Communities under persecution clung to these tangible, portable attestations. To possess a letter in the very handwriting of the Lord would be to clutch the heartbeat of the gospel without interpretive delay. By the late 2nd century, heterodox teachers began producing revelations under Jesus' name. Dialogues with Thomas, secret words to James, infancy gospels filled with dazzling boyhood miracles, hoping to drape their theology in the prestige of first-hand script. In such a context, speculation about a genuine epistle makes cultural sense. If disciples wrote, surely the Master might have done so as well. One early legend crystallized in the doctrine of Adai, a 4th century Syriac narrative that reached back to earlier oral strands. It tells of King Abgar V of Edessa, stricken with leprosy, who sends a letter to Jesus the Good Physician, pleading for healing. Jesus reportedly dictates a reply, promising to send a disciple after his ascension. In the story, Thaddeus arrives, cures Abgar, and establishes the first Edessan church. Eusebius of Caesarea, writing a century earlier, claimed to have found the correspondence archived in Edessa's chancery, written in Syriac. Modern scholars doubt its authenticity. Eusebius had motive to root Christianity in regal endorsement, but the accounts seeded the conviction that a tangible letter of Christ once threaded through royal hands. Another current surfaced in Egypt. In Oxyrhynchus, papyrus-laden rubbish mounds have yielded fragments containing sayings of Jesus unknown to the canonical 4, parallels that later matched the Coptic Gospel of Thomas. These aphorisms, short and cryptic, suggest collections of dominical logia circulated in writing within decades of Easter. If scribes could jot Jesus' sayings, why not Jesus himself? Yet even these logia frame him as speaker, not writer. The scribes remain anonymous transmitters. Modern historians weigh 3 scenarios. First, Jesus indeed wrote nothing long-term, consistent with oral prophetic mission and economic constraints. Second, he may have penned brief notes, perhaps to family, perhaps to scribes like Levi, but none survived the ravages of time. Third, a more conspiratorial view. He authored teaching of disruptive power that early church leaders suppressed to consolidate doctrine. The last scenario, appealing to thriller novelists, lacks concrete evidence. Patristic literature brims with polemic. Heresiologists catalogued dozens of rival gospels, yet never mention confiscating a letter of Christ. Suppression leaves fingerprints. Absence may simply be absence. Still, the question, why was it never preserved, deserves reflection. Preservation relies on community obsession. Texts survive when copied obsessively across generations. Paul's letters endured because persecuted, far-flung churches cherished each faltering line. A solitary autograph by Jesus, addressed perhaps to a private recipient, might not inspire communal copying if its message felt personal, localized, or superseded by resurrection events. Moreover, early Christian theology located ultimate revelation not in parchment but in person. The Word became flesh, dwelt among us, suffered and rose. His authority lay incarnate, sealed by Spirit, disseminated by eyewitness proclamation. To canonize Jesus' own penmanship might inadvertently shift devotion from living word to artifact. Perhaps providence or communal instinct prevented that drift. Yet academic curiosity lingers. What might such a document contain? One may imagine a concise exhortation echoing sermon on the Mount Cadences. Love your enemies, bless those who curse you. Perhaps a private instruction to Mary and brothers before leaving Nazareth, encouraging forgiveness. Or a prophecy to Jerusalem scribes, warning them, like Jeremiah's scroll, to heed justice. Linguistically, it would likely be Aramaic in Hebrew square script, or if addressed to Roman officials, Greek. Thematically, it might distill the kingdom's urgency in parabolic brevity. Could archaeology still unearth it? Discoveries from Qumran remind us that desert caves can cradle fragile leather for millennia, but few Judean or Galilean caves remain unexplored, and looters rarely bypass saleable relics. Even if a scroll surfaced claiming Christ's hand, authentication would battle forensics. Handwriting comparison impossible, ink dating approximate, chain of custody suspect. Scholars would parse idiom, syntax, theology, while skeptics shouted forgery. The world would watch live stream press conferences. Faith and doubt would wrestle anew. In absence, silence itself speaks. It reminds believers that Christianity is entrusted to human voices, not stone tablets. It invites scholars to reconstruct milieu rather than chase talismanic autographs. It humbles curiosity before historical contingency. And yet the image endures, a solitary teacher stooping on Judean dust, tracing words the wind wipes clean, leaving disciples and us wondering what was written, what was meant, and whether some truths breathe best when spoken, remembered, and lived, rather than sealed in ink. Night settled over the highlands of Canaan, with a hush as ancient as basalt, and on the ridge above Salem, city of peace that would one day be called Jerusalem, low fires flickered, revealing rough, hewn ramparts, clusters of stone huts, and a solitary figure robed in linen the pale colour of new moonlight. To the handful of shepherds camped in the valley, the man on the ridge was already legend. They called him Melchizedek, king of righteousness in their throaty west. Semitic tongue, a sovereign who chose no heirs, paid homage to no overlord, and presided not merely over civic matters, but also over sacrifice and blessing. When famine pressed, he opened granaries. When caravans arrived, he offered bread and fermented grape. No one could recount his birth. No burial site marked his clan. In a world of tribal memory, he appeared to have stepped sideways out of timelessness and received the double scepter of priest, king without contest. Scripture affords him only 3 breath lengths of narrative. Genesis 14 sketches a war of regional coalitions, 4 Mesopotamian kings arrayed against 5 city-states of the Jordan Plain. In the aftermath, Abram, later named Abraham, rescues his nephew Lot, recovers plunder, and approaches Salem. There Melchizedek comes forth with bread and wine, blesses Abram of God Most High, and receives a tithe of spoils. Then he vanishes from Genesis' stage. Centuries later, Psalm 110 invokes him. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. Finally, in the New Testament, the author of Hebrews unfolds a sustained Christological argument. Jesus, though from Judah not Levi, claims priesthood after the likeness of Melchizedek, having neither beginning of days nor end of life. Across these sparse references, a silhouette emerges, brief, bright, and resistant to erasure. Rabbinic imagination and Christian theology, mystic speculation and esoteric traditions have each tried to colour that silhouette. For some, he is Shem, surviving son of Noah, living still in patriarchal epoch. For others, a Canaanite priest of El Elyon, syncretized with YHWH as Israel's faith matured. Gnostic texts portray him as an aeon, a heavenly power set against cosmic darkness. In medieval Christianity, he becomes prefiguring icon, the masses' bread and wine mirror. Melchizedek's ancient offering, thus rooting Eucharist in primeval covenant. Islamic commentators call him Malik al-Sadiq, a righteous ruler of pre-Israelite Jerusalem. Modern scholarship navigates between myth and memory. Perhaps a historical chieftain whose domain straddled caravan routes, later magnified into archetype. Perhaps a literary cipher inviting reflection on kingship disciplined by priesthood. Archaeology yields fragments. Clay tablets from Mari, 18th century BC, list Amorite names with the element Zedek, righteousness. Theophoric titles such as Adonizedek appear in the Amarna letters. These suggest Zedek served as dynastic epithet in Jerusalem's early ruling house, linked to the city's tutelary deity Sedek. Melchizedek might then mean, my king is Sedek, or my king is righteousness, a royal theonym ancestral to later Yahwistic appropriation. If so, Genesis preserves fossilized memory of Salem's priest, king whose cult centered on El Elyon, God Most High, a title seamlessly adopted by the patriarchal narrator. Yet the Genesis portrait carries theological weight beyond onomastics. Abram, bearer of promise, accepts blessing from a figure outside his lineage, signaling divine universality. He tithes to Melchizedek, acknowledging moral authority deeper than covenantal particularity. The bread and wine gesture foreshadows sacramental hospitality, though historians caution against reading Christian Eucharist backward onto Bronze Age victuals. Still, symbolism accumulates, kingly power tempered by sacrificial service, righteousness grounded in hospitality, priesthood rooted in peace, Salem. Second, Temple Judaism magnified that symbolism through creative exegesis. The Qumran scroll 11Q Melch presents Melchizedek as eschatological judge who proclaims liberty in a jubilee year, defeats Belial, and leads heavenly armies. He is called Elohim, and his name will be exalted among the gods. Here Melchizedek transcends historical memory, occupies angelic horizon, prefigures Messiah. Hebrews, perhaps aware of such traditions, harnesses his timelessness. Unlike Levitical priests who trace ancestry and die, Melchizedek abides a priest continually, enabling Jesus to serve as eternal mediator. Genealogy yields to divine oath. Temple ritual yields to once, for, all offering. Mystics from Philo to Jacob Boehmer pressed further. For Philo, Melchizedek embodies Logos, mediating divine to human. For Origen, he may be a pre-incarnate Christ, appearing in Christophany to bless Abraham. Medieval iconographers paint him offering Eucharistic vessels to enthroned virgin and child, collapsing eras into devotional simultaneity. Boehmer, in 17th century Saxony, writes of Melchizedek as archetype of Sophia, divine wisdom, fusing masculine rule and feminine nurture. In latter Day Saint Restorationism, the higher priesthood bears Melchizedek's name, signifying ancient authority restored. Skeptics view the layering with suspicion, a minor Judahite gloss inflated by theological need. They note that Genesis' priest, king, conveniently legitimates Davidic claim to both throne and altar, forged in Psalm 110, when royal ideology sought sacred canopy for monarchy. The absence of lineage may reflect momentary narrative, not intentional mystery. Comparative studies cite similar tithe, receiving priests in Ugaritic and Hittite texts. Yet even reduction cannot dissolve allure. Why has this fleeting figure exerted gravitational pull across cultures? Perhaps because Melchizedek inhabits liminal space, between Canaanite and Israelite, history and myth, human and divine. He blesses without weapon, governs without genealogical credential, appears without backstory, departs without death notice. In a world obsessed with descent, who begat whom, he stands outside the chain, validating faith's reach beyond tribe. For oppressed communities, he represents jurisdiction higher than temple elites. For mystics, pure priesthood unsullied by corruption. For reformers, precedent for spiritual offices untethered from hereditary caste. Modern biblical scholarship continues to dissect linguistic nuance. Kohen le, El Elyon, priest to God Most High, versus Kohen le, Elyon, priest king of God Most High, and to examine geopolitical plausibility of a Jebusite king, priest at Jerusalem, 1800 BC. Yet the essential enigma persists, as perhaps intended. Melchizedek invites readers to imagine righteousness enthroned alongside sacrificial generosity, authority emanating from sanctuary rather than sword. In anxious ages, his sudden blessing over exiled Abram reassures that unexpected allies can spring from foreign soil. In sectarian dispute, his precedence relativizes exclusive claims. And so the question remains open, not for lack of inquiry, but by narrative design. Melchizedek cannot be caged. He belongs to the margin where encounter topples expectation. Travelers still reach Jerusalem, ascend to the Temple Mount's edge, and ponder that Abram's tithe once passed somewhere here, that bread and wine once sealed a peace older than Sinai, that a priest, king without ancestry, still strides across imaginations linking Bronze Age Salem to apocalyptic New Jerusalem. Perhaps the power of Melchizedek lies precisely in the silhouette, the space he leaves within Scripture for every generation to pour its hunger for integrous leadership, for sacral kingship unmarred by violence, for a table where stranger and pilgrim share bread in the cooling shade of righteousness and peace,